Yo, what up, guys? Hello? 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 Yep.
Yeah, Robbie. Yeah, Robbie, you're good. You could start talking now. I'm gonna leave real quick, but just chat with everyone for now.
Yo, what's up? Let me see what's going on here. What's up, guys? Okay. Huh, that's weird. Yo, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Can everybody confirm if they can hear me? What up, Legendary Lancers? What's up? Some game person. LOL. So weird. Severe Lions, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Anyone else online? I don't think they can hear me, Jan. Oh, okay, somebody can hear me. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Yeah, guys. Just confirm if anybody that's on can hear me. How's everybody days been? How's everybody? Alright. Let me get some drink. Man, it's hot in this house. Snack. Oh, not bad, not bad, some game person. DRD Productions was good, man. The Train Dude 48. Oh man, I hope that everybody can hear me, like, clearly. Alright. Never mind me, I'm just eating some Reese's Pieces. Alright. I want to get some, you know. Oh, I know that's you, Terrence. I know, Legendary Lances, but I'm just calling y'all from, you know, the name and you know, we gotta keep our secret identities, you know what I mean? You know, to kind of get us started, I guess, before Legendary comes, obviously we're gonna have a couple of discussions already that we have set up, but we're also gonna take some discussions that you guys put out in order, of course. So any of you guys that you know, are interested in some discussions that y'all want to go over, that you want Legendary and I to come, you know, go over through and stuff, and you know, y'all can post it on the chat, and once Legendary gets on, we'll go and look at it and order, and we'll you know, take it in, you know, in the order that is presented on the chat, and you know, after the first discussion that me and Legendary are gonna have, and you guys are obviously welcome to join the chat. Yeah, no spoilers, please. I've seen the movie already, but for everyone else who hasn't, please don't spoil the movie. That will suck for everybody else. Yeah, the discussion hasn't really begun, but that's good. That's cool to know. DRD Productions, Jaden and Yuma. I like those characters too. I mean, I like all the characters, but they're like in my top 5 of favorite characters. Well, main protagonist, I guess. So, what are some of your favorite characters? I guess from the series. Doesn't It's not limited to main characters or main protagonists. Just starting some conversation until Legendary gets back. So, what are some of your favorite characters? I guess from the series. It's not limited to main characters or main protagonists. Gavin, what's up? Conversation until Legendary gets back. Man, I haven't done this in a while. Hmm. Gavin, what's up? Duel Links Kaiba? Is that what you meant? Or just like Kaiba? I don't know what you meant by that. I'm pretty sure it's Duel Links Kaiba. A lot of people like Kaiba, you know. I have the blue eyes white dragon, and I summon it to the field. Yeah, I have his dub voice down, I guess. Hmm. Duel Links Kaiba? Is that what you meant? Or just like Kaiba? I don't know what you meant by that. I'm pretty sure it's Duel Links Kaiba. A lot of people like Kaiba, you know. I have the blue eyes white dragon, and I summon it to the field. Yeah, I have his dub voice down, okay? All right. I see Roman. Nice, nice, nice. I like him too. He's funny. Haven't really kept up with Sevens. I gotta freaking keep up with that series. Jaden and Kaiba, nice. Yeah, those are heavy favorites. Uh, Jaden, Bruno, Shark, Yugo, Soul Burner. Oof, that's a lot of favorites there. All right. I see Roman. Nice, nice, nice. I like him too. He's funny. I haven't really kept up with Sevens. I gotta keep up with that series. Jaden and Kaiba, nice. Yeah, those are heavy favorites. Uh, Jaden, Bruno, Shark, Yugo, Soul Burner. Ooh, that's a lot of favorites there. So yeah, guys. Also, don't forget, like, if there's any like discussions that you wanna see Legendary and I go through and stuff, just don't be afraid to post it on the chat, and we'll go in the order that it was presented. After the first discussion that we put out. So, while we're doing this little thing, kind of killing time. DRD Productions, no, it could be from any show. It doesn't have to be one from just each show. It doesn't. But I see. Yeah, I see you like every single character from each show. I noticed you didn't put any character from DM. You don't like any DM characters? No. Oh wait, you did Kaiba. That's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to. Oh man. I'm gonna check that out real quick, Train Dude. I'll definitely look into that. Uh-huh. Let me know if like it sounds like there's another audio playing when I speak. Just let me know, guys, so that I can try to fix that up or hit my boy up to fix it up. All right. What's your favorite I guess episode? You know, we're just trying to kill time till Legendary can get here. We can start the actual discussions. So, what's your favorite episodes from any of the Yu-Gi-Oh series? You can only pick one. Chudy Booney. Haha, my son is joining the stream. Ha ha ha. Hi. Cool. Yes, Papa. What's up? What's up, JJ? Hmm? Come, I'll give you one piece, okay? My son is here, so... you like the good stuff, JJ. That's right, come here. Come here. Then you don't get it then. You don't keep it then. Get off the ground. I can respect that, man. Maiden of love, I can respect that. I could definitely respect that. Definitely respect why you like that. I remember watching that episode and I would laugh because it was so funny. The maiden in love. Hmm. Any other episodes from anybody? That is very true. Blair literally aged mad quick. But then again, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, you know, what do you expect? Throwing a tantrum, like usual. Date quieto, thing. Watch it, Papa. I already gave him milk. Alright, yeah, the train dude, 48. Yeah, it is very weird. You know, that, Blair aged mad quick in the show, just out of nowhere, just like, hey, you know what, I'm part of the gang now. Any other, what were your favorite side characters? Like that's something nobody really talks about, huh? What was some of your favorite side characters? Like not part of the, like, I guess main circle, but like side characters. Just have to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see what I missed. All right. Not sure if Serenity, Duke from DM, Dimitri from GX kind of side characters. Yeah, they're kind of side characters. It would be considered side characters. I don't think it's limited to them being able to duel. But I haven't seen many side characters till 7 that I can remember. Pretty sure you have, but you probably don't like know that they're side characters. Probably don't consider them as side characters. Ninja H, what's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for joining. Legendary will be on at 3, and we'll begin the discussion. I'm just trying to kill time here. I know, I'm horrible at this. I suck. Oh. Wasn't expecting a stream. Ninja H, me neither, man. Me neither. Caught me by surprise. When Legendary hit me up and said, "Hey, want to join the stream?" I was like, "Oh, sure, I'll join. I don't mind. I don't have anything to do today, so I could definitely just hang out with you guys today and have a whole bunch of madness going on between Legendary and I." Some game person said, "Will the duels be planned or randomized?" I don't think there's any duels going on. I think it's just gonna be a stream about just conversating about discussions like that may come up from either what you guys put up or what Legendary and I bring out. So like yeah, it's just a discussion video podcast about obviously the title, who is the best protagonist. I'm assuming that's gonna be one of the discussions. I'm not sure when that one is gonna be, whether it's in the beginning or at the end or the middle. But we're just gonna talk and hang out. All right, guys, 8 more minutes till Legendary hops on. All right, guys, if there's any discussions that you guys want Legendary and I to go through, um, uh, leave them down in the comment section, and Legendary and I will go through them by order as presented. Obviously, after whatever first discussion we choose to have, but it'll go in order. So
All right. I'm here.
Oh, he's here earlier. Haha.
I'm here, guys. I'm here. It is time.
Hero appears right on time. Well, earlier than on time.
We'll still start the discussion at 3, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. Legendary's here. Say what's up.
Yo, what up, peeps? All right, let me get rid of this thing here. Oh, yeah, I'll put the webcam in a moment.
All right, cool.
All right,
cool.
We are in this, so I'm going to just do a quick explanation of what this stream is going to be about, how we're going to do this, and then we're going to hop into it. So yeah, basically, this was a very random stream. This wasn't planned out. I basically just wanted I was talking with the guys in the Legendary group chat on Facebook, and we've been having a lot of crazy discussions back and forth, Yu-Gi-Oh discussions, and this is just great content material. So we decided, you know what, let's start doing a stream. We originally wanted to do a debate video where we debate who like a character versus another character, but I'm gonna wait on that because I just want to wait on that for now. But for now, we're just gonna have a kind of a casual stream, and the main topic of this video. Hey, what's up, Ninja H? The main topic of this video is gonna be who's the best protagonist. We're gonna do this like 2 different ways. We're basically gonna do this by who's the best protagonist in terms of like their story, like who in their story played their role the best and accomplished all their goals. Or I mean, every main character accomplished their goals technically, but like who was the best in their series, who did the most for the characters or for the story, stuff like that. And then after that, we can hop into like talking about like which one of the main characters do we think, I guess, is the strongest in the anime. We could do that on 2 different sections. We could talk about how strong is each character in the anime with all their broken powers and stuff, and we could also talk about how strong is their deck in real life as well. So we're going to do that too, but we're not going to be including any outside support for any of the characters. We're just going to use only cards that were used in the show, just to be fair, because a lot of the support makes a lot of characters way more broken, and like there's too much. We haven't even tested all the new support for all the characters, so we don't even know. So it's better to just use only the information we have from the TV show and stuff and whatnot. And if we do discuss like who is stronger in the anime based on powers and stuff like that too, then we kind of have to, in my opinion, I feel like we would have to look at like how their decks run in the anime. So like the TCG, when they print the cards out, sometimes they make the cards stronger. So if you want to look at only the anime, strictly only the anime, by anime rules, anime logic and everything, then we have to look at the effects that are from the anime, not from real life. Just to, so it's like more fair. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We're just gonna have a fun discussion talking about the protagonist. Hopefully it won't get too heated, but you know how it be with these conversations. People get all heated up and defending their character, and then before you know, everybody's on each other's necks and killing each other.
Yep.
But that's how it be. But let's try and keep this relaxed and calm. Let's have fun with it. Let's try and explain our points very well, as clear as we can. And no, we don't need to like be aggressive towards each other. Like, we're just having fun talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! In the end, it's all opinion based for the most part. And there's no like definite answer to that, because we all have our different thoughts on why we think a certain character is better or not. So it really doesn't matter. It's all just for fun. But and that's basically the quick rundown. We're gonna be talking about first the protagonist and how good they are in their story, like how well did they develop, who's the like most developed main character, who's the best one in terms of their story, like who did the most in their story, and like did they accomplish their goals, stuff like that, and then we'll talk about like who's the stronger duelist or who has the stronger deck and stuff like that. But we'll hop into that. But yeah, it is 2:59, right, cool. So we are about to start. So let me just take this off and put my webcam on. All right, there we go. Good. All right. So yeah. All right, but let me say what's up, yo. Some gamer person, welcome to the stream, brother. Legendary Lancers, Daniel, my brother, Sabir Lions, what's up, and Ninja H and Trainer Dude 48. Thanks for coming to the stream, guys. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a fun talk. So hopefully, will be a new type of podcast. We haven't done like a podcast like this either in a long time or ever, where we just sit down and talk about Yu-Gi-Oh and kind of just do what we do best, just talk about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, that is true. We do a lot of that talking in the group chat, though.
Yeah, word. Yo, RB, what's up, my brother? Okay, so we are gonna get started.
RB was good.
We are gonna get started.
Right.
I'm gonna do some polls too and stuff like that. So I want everybody in the chat to tell me who their favorite main character is. I'll do a count of how many people vote for which character, and then we'll start.
Yeah.
And then we'll start like discussing who you think is the best character. So first, we're gonna talk about development. Who do you think is the most well-developed main character? So just write down the name first. Don't explain why yet, and then I'm gonna write that down.
I'll tell you who's the worst developed main character.
Oh gosh. Here we go. Starting already. But yeah, just let me know who you think is the best well-developed character in their own show. Before comparing it to anybody else, who you think is the most well-developed main character, and then just write the name only, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. Alright, so Yuma Tsukumo says Yuma, that's obvious.
Yeah. It's in the name. You know who's the worst? Legendary. Yeah. Judai, Yuki, Yuma. Alright. We got 2 Yumas. We got 1 Judai. I will exclude my vote from here because, I'm in the stream. So, we got 3 Yuma and 3 Judais. Oh, dang.
Nice. Okay, a couple Yuma votes.
Those are your characters right there.
Yeah. I'm surprised. I'm waiting for like a bunch of Yuseis and Atems and those random
Yuseis are like dual wise with the development characters and stuff like that. That didn't happen in my show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of started off already broken.
So let's do. And also for Yugi, you can count Yugi and Atem as 2 separate characters. At the same for Astral and Yuma, because they're separate characters. You could debate like how good they are compared to like Yuma and Atem versus Yuma and Astral. You could do that if you want, but let's just do everybody separately because it'll be easier that way.
Yes, that'll be a lot easier. We got 3 Yuma and 3 Judais. Oof.
So we got Yugi,
this is not gonna be. There's not gonna be much of a debate now.
Yeah, we got
Yugi,
can I put Judai, Yusei, Yuma,
and it's only Protagonist, so like, oof.
Yeah, and we're only doing Protagonist today, so this whole discussion today on the podcast is Protagonist only, no rivals, no nothing, just Protagonist.
Yeah, because that's the case, and that was the case. There's a lot of other characters that got some really good development.
Yeah. Yuya, and the Yusaku. Okay. So, all right, we're gonna do the. I'm gonna give it like 2 more minutes, and then gonna join in about 10 minutes. Hopefully, I won't be too late. All right. Just tell me what AAA. Tell me what your vote is. Who do you think is the most well-developed main character? Like who's your, not necessarily who's your favorite character per se, but who you think is the most well-developed main character. You don't have to say why. Just put a name down, and then I'm gonna jot it down. Developed main character Judai. Haven't seen Zale 2 yet. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I would vote for Yusei, but I saw 5Ds, and I honestly don't think there was much development in his case.
Okay, that'll be interesting. You can give your thoughts on that once we start talking about it.
Yeah. Like, I remember I've seen it multiple times, and I've seen a lot of the other series, and Yusei wasn't one of them. As again, he's my favorite and everything, but I don't think he would. Development-wise, I don't know. I don't think he got that much development. I think he was pretty straight from the get-go.
That's a fair adjustment, honestly.
Yeah, like he was like, I mean, the way they presented him was pretty perfect, so close to, if anything. It's like completely opposite to like Yusaku. I don't think Yusaku was perfect at all. I think he was just very meh. Just had like one emotion throughout the whole freaking series, which was kind of boring. but
For
we'll get to that. For Yusaku.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like Yusaku's
we'll talk about him later.
Yusaku's like a 2.0 of Yusei, so like,
oh man.
But like even Yusei had more emotions than him.
Word.
Oh man, I still remember that video discussion that you put out, like the rant, and I was like, I can't disagree with you, bro. Like I agree with everything. You're not wrong, dude. I didn't even bother watching Brains because of how like badly presented they, I think it was like, I think Brains was like more targeted toward like the competitive players, if because you even see. Yeah, you see how all their decks play. Like you that's what you see in real life. Like that's just my opinion. But I feel like it feels like that.
Yeah, all of the decks except for Yusaku's for some reason. Didn't end up being. They all ended up being competitive except for Yusaku, which is weird.
Yeah, but a lot of Yusaku's cards were competitive though. That's
like some one-offs here and there, but like as a whole, like his Cybers deck wasn't like.
Yeah, it wasn't. OP. Yeah, it wasn't like OP or anything like that.
All right, the
way the deck played though, it was like competitive though, and even in the show, like with the whole like 15-minute like turns.
Word.
All right.
Okay. So we shockingly have a lot of Yumas, a lot of Jadens. We haven't gotten any Yuseis yet.
No. I agree with the people. This one, I have to agree with the people.
Okay. This is interesting. Okay.
I mean, I think we could still go on like each character.
We could continue. Thoughts, we could talk about each of them individually, discuss what we think about them. All right, so we'll start with Yugi, and then we'll talk about Atem. So, Robbie, why don't you tell me what your opinions are on Yugi, his development,
Little Yugi. I think Atem just stole the spotlight from Yugi, like honestly speaking. He didn't get much screen time in terms of like dueling or like any real like interaction. Like there was like moments where like he would like pop in and help the Pharaoh here and there, but in terms of development, like it didn't show like you see toward the end of the series, like you see how much Yugi has grown, but it like I feel like they failed to show that like as much in the series compared to like, for example, like Yuma and Astral. Like they actually showed the growth between Yuma, and Astral and his dueling. But with Yugi, like Little Yugi, I feel like they failed to do that. That's just my opinion. But like watching the series, like it just feels like they had so many opportunities to showcase Yugi like growing as a character, but they missed out so many times because like Atem would just like pop in and be like, you know what, I'm taking over. I'm the main attraction, like you're just a side character. That's how I feel like Yugi was treated, like a side character. Like, right. You have the main character, but then you have this Pharaoh who's like technically the real main character. Right, and it's only until the end that you see, like in the last duel between Atem and Yugi, that you see the complete unfolding and growth of Little Yugi. Yeah. But you don't see that throughout the series.
Yeah, that's very true. It was kind of a last minute thing, like, all right, like, it was kind of portrayed like, okay, like Yugi was watching Atem in the sidelines for a long time, and through that, like, he was, I guess, growing, Yugi's whole story was supposed to be that he was supposed to be like really shy and timid and like not very confident, and then he got more confident in himself. But I don't know, the way I watched the original Yu-Gi-Oh, like there were a lot of moments where like Yugi, like I feel like he always kind of stepped up and like did the right thing. Like I don't feel like he ever like was struggling with the idea of like he would always help out his friends at any moment, so it's not like he was very like cowardly. Like no, he could step up. It's just that for whatever reason Atem would take over every single duel. But like I don't feel like you like when it comes to shadow duels, Yugi couldn't participate in that because that would hurt his body. He's not for that. But that's not necessarily a weakness. That's just he's human and he's small and fragile, and it is what it is. But like in terms of in terms of like him as a character, I felt like he was already pretty confident. Like he was shy, but like he wasn't like ever afraid to like step up and sacrifice his life for his friends, for Atem, for Joey, for anybody. So like I felt like he was already pretty well established. And then by the end, he did show more confidence, but like I don't know. I feel like for the most part he was mostly the same. So Yugi, I don't feel like he technically did develop, but I don't feel like he developed much because he didn't really have too much screen time. And when he did step up to do something, like I feel like that's something he would have done anyway. Like
I mean, he's done it multiple times. Like you see it throughout the series where he stepped up. So like, it's not really much of a surprise. And for the ending, for him to like, oh, it's like he finally has confidence. Like he kind of already shown that, you know. Yeah. So I agree with you in that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we could rate each character out of 10 in terms of development. So I guess for Yugi we could put like a 3, a 2, something like that.
I'll give him a 3 only because he had like certain moments where like it showed his character. Since Atem was mostly hogging the spotlight. Like they were like the moment with Kaiba, in Duelist Kingdom where he kind of like popped out, right? Or the moment with in the Seal of Orichalcos, even though it's apparently not canon, where he kind of gave himself up, sacrificed himself for Atem, like I'll give him a 3. He deserves a 2, but I'll give him a 3. I don't know if you want to agree with that. I'm good with either or, but I just want to give him a 3 just because of those little moments.
True.
A 3 out of 10. They had so much. They had so many opportunities, bro. Like DM was like the longest series ongoing compared to all the other Yu-Gi-Ohs, and they had so many chances.
Yeah. Kind of weird. Actually, let me end that poll. Like, do it a different way. I'll do it like this. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and then. Let me pin it. Alright, so guys, out of 10, what score would you give Yugi in terms of development? Not necessarily dueling ability or anything like that, just like development as a character. What would you give him out of 10? We'll get some votes in and then we'll talk about Atem. Trainer Dude 48 says, Yugi is a 4 out of 10. He needed more screen time to shine as a main character. Okay, that's fair.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Definitely needed more screen time.
Alright, RB says 5 out of 10. Okay, so he'd give Yugi 5 out of 10.
He gave him high.
A little high, but...
A little high. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I mean, technically 5 out of 10 is a failing grade, per se. I mean,
yeah.
So I guess that would be fine. Okay, Ninja also says 5 out of 10. Some gamer person also says 5 out of 10. Yuma Tsukumo says 3.5 out of 10. Okay.
I wouldn't give him any more than like 5 though. I mean, my opinion. That's my opinion.
Yeah. I wouldn't give him more than 5 either.
I think the show didn't do him justice to give him more than a 5.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
we'll talk about skills and dual ability in the next topic. But we're just talking about character development only, because when it comes to skills, that's a different story. Like that's a completely different argument.
Anywhere from 3 out of 5.
Yeah, anywhere from 3 to 5.
Oh, what's up, Stanford, Matthew?
Probably 4. Okay.
Matthews. All right.
Okay, so it looks like everybody's kind of in the range of 5 or less, anywhere between 3 to 5. It seems like everybody's kind of in. Okay, that's fair. So.
All right. So final ranking. What we
final ranking for Yugi. Let me write it down. Yugi. Final, and then at the end, once we're done rating everybody, we'll like organize. We'll organize them all in order depending on highest to lowest and stuff like that. We might have to move different characters around if we feel like one should be a little higher than another.
Cool.
Final score. 3. We'll put 3 to 5 out of 10. Alright, Yugi final score 3 to 5 out of 10. That will change later on once we discuss more characters, but for now, that will do. Ninja H says,
I agree with you.
Like during the Kaiba tournament arc, we barely saw Yugi at all. It was mostly just Atem. Yep, absolutely. Very true.
Yep.
Very true.
That is true.
All right. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about Atem. So, I'll give my thoughts on Atem first.
You could give your thoughts first, then. Go ahead.
I'll give my thoughts on Atem. So, in terms of his story is all about him uncovering his memories, also kind of fleshing out because he has no memories, he kind of has not really much of a personality. Like, he just comes into Duel, and that's pretty much it. He struggled in the beginning with always wanting to win, and wanting to win at all costs, even if it meant possibly hurting someone. So I guess through Yugi, he was able to grow in that. In season 4, they kind of brought it back a little bit too, where he got kind of greedy and wanted to defeat Raphael at all costs again, and that actually did cost him little Yugi's spirit and all that stuff, and that broke him, because he wanted to win so badly. He used the Seal of Orichalcos, so he kind of retracted himself there. He got tempted by Raphael's words and all that stuff. But in terms of a character, I felt like he did kind of develop a bit. I felt like he did soften up. He kind of started hanging out with the cast more. He mellowed out more. He did become more sympathetic and more caring towards other people. And I guess that's about it. I mean, his story, obviously, when he got all his memories back, and he became OP after that, even more OP. If you can't even say that. But I guess I would rate Atem maybe only 1 point higher than Yugi.
Yeah, like a 6 or 4, 4 like 4
yeah,
to 6.
I'd say like a 4 or 5. I'd give him. I would give him. What are your thoughts, Robbie?
I agree with you in that part. Like he did show some development and stuff. I feel like, again, because most of Yu-Gi-Oh, it was mainly DM, it was mainly Atem being the spotlight.
Yeah. It was his story.
I mean, it was his story, less more than little Yugi's story. You even there was even episodes where they were back in Egypt and everything type of thing, where it's talking about his backstory and all that stuff. That's how much you can tell. Okay, this is Atem's story. It shouldn't even be called Yu-Gi-Oh. It should be called Atem.
Right.
Yeah. But he did show a little more character development. Obviously a little more than little Yugi. Because little Yugi, there wasn't really much to develop. It was already there. They just didn't show it because Atem was the one being presented most of. I do agree. I think I would give him just maybe 1 point or even 1.5 point higher than little Yugi, only because the show literally just felt more about him than anything else or anyone else.
Yeah, agreed. So what would you give him?
I would probably give him a 4, 4, 4.5. I don't think anything higher than that would be, a 4, 4.5. That's what I feel like I'd give him.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the question down in the chat, and you guys tell me your scores for Atem. What would you give Atem out of 10? Alright, let me know your scores, guys. What out of 10 would you give him? And then compare Yugi and Atem. So if you would give Atem a 5, then would you put Yugi a 4 or a 3? What would you put that there?
Yeah.
Right. RB says I'd give Atem 4.5 out of 10. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Oh, Yuma Tsukumo gave him a 6.7.
Really? 6.7? That's pretty high.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. That may change later once we talk about the other characters in detail.
Yeah. Story since years.
Stanford says a 5 for me. Okay, fair. I mean, it kind of did mean it was a temp story since he did say one of his names is Yu-Gi-Oh, even though it never gets brought up again. I think that was only in the dub that he said his name was Yu-Gi-Oh. I think that was
Yeah,
in the dub.
yeah, I think it was in the dub. In the I guess Jap OG sub, it doesn't bring out. It's not even brought up.
I think so. Yeah. 6.7
Snapper
pretty
says,
generous.
6.7 pretty generous. I think you're
It
being
is
a little
pretty
too
generous. That's gonna change later, Yuma, I bet, once we talk about the others, because there's some really well-developed main characters. Like, don't put your biases aside.
Yeah.
I get Atem is the main boy, but like you got to look at it like without a bias. Like you got to look at his story and his character, like how did he develop and everything.
I just got more attached to Atem as a character than Yuki. Yeah.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I can agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
I did too.
I wouldn't put 6.7 because that's close to 7, and that's a little bit too high in my opinion.
Yeah, I would put like again, this is all opinion, but like I wouldn't like. I mean, honestly, if Yuki, little Yuki's a 5, I'm giving him like a 5.5 or a 6, but I'm not giving him more than that.
Exactly. Yeah.
He
But you could keep your score. You could keep your score.
Yeah. Now I'm keeping my score. I'm keeping my score, the one that I gave him.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give Atem a 5 for now. For me. Yeah, it should have been called Atemio.
Yeah.
Not Yu-Gi-Oh.
Definitely. Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay. All right. I think we're pretty good on that. Most people gave him, I would say, a 4 or 5 or a 6. So 4 or 5, anywhere between 4 to 6. So let me put Atem final score. We got 4.5 to 6. Well, only one person said 6.7, so I'm gonna put sort of 6.5 out of 10, I guess.
Yeah,
final
6.
score. There we go.
Out of 10.
All right, so we're gonna talk about Judai Yuki next. So we're gonna look through him and discuss him out. And yeah, so why don't you give your thoughts first, Robbie?
All right, I definitely because I've been playing the game Yu-Gi-Oh from like the Bandai series. So like when GX came in, like oof, and like Jaden was just like so much fun. Like I feel like his character development was pretty good. Like he had a lot of like I like how they stayed true to his character, but at the same time there were moments where like that character shifted, right? Like even though he was all this like fun and games, like card games, all about fun, this and that, like he had like these dark moments. I mean, obviously there's certain people that don't like that, like the main character going evil, whatever. I honestly don't mind it because it shows humanity, like like he can fall, like any person, no matter how strong, can have that moment of like despair and darkness or whatever. And I feel like Judai definitely showed that. And I'm not sure if like anyone saw, like I'm pretty sure most people saw like season 4 or whatever, but like throughout the series, like I think like from season 2 on, I mean season 1 also, but like it's just he has so much character development, like for me at least. There was so many moments that I can remember, like the what's the name of that the Society of Light moment, the dimension moment where like he becomes the Supreme King or the Supreme King possesses him or something like that. And season 4 when he comes back and literally just comes back and is like, you know what, screw fun, I'm just gonna hand the L's to everybody because Yu-Gi-Oh is not fun because of whatever happened in season 3, like that kind of, and then for him to like end up going back to like, okay, it's all fun and games and everything, but then there's times and moments where you gotta like be serious, like not everything is fun and games. Sometimes there are like moments where like this is a life or death situation. I can still have fun, but like I gotta take this duel serious type of thing. So it's like I feel like his character development, I'm gonna give him, and I don't feel like this is generous. Like I'm gonna give him like a 7.5 to an 8. He's up there in terms of character, story, and everything. He is up there. Okay. And I mean, again, I don't know a lot about GX, but I've seen the series, and Judai is literally up there in terms of character development.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. All right. So for me, obviously, I know the most about Judai. That's my boy. I've watched GX so many times, subbed. So I know like everything mostly about him. So when it comes to Jaden, when it comes to his story, he's presented as a very lighthearted character. He loves to duel. He has this very bright energy about him. He's able to like make like just the way that he duels and the way he interacts with people. He's very friendly and helpful, and he seems to like be able to like bring everyone to his side eventually. Like just the way that he is, like he just attracts everyone. He literally changed the entire like way that Duel Academy kind of functioned, because he's a Slifer Red, but he was like the second best duelist in the school, and kind of destroyed the hierarchy of like what it means to be, you know, like I guess a weak duelist. I mean, he could have been Omnibus Blue. He chose to stay in Red because it doesn't matter, but like it got to the point where eventually he changed the entire school. Like it didn't really matter what, like it mattered what ranking you were in, but like because he was a Slifer Red, like everybody looked up to him because he was like the second best, and no one could beat him except for Zane. So like he played a huge role in the story. Everybody was influenced by Jaden. Like he had most of the duels in the whole show. So like he just played a huge role, which is, you know, is also a bad thing because he got in the way of other characters. But we're not talking about other characters. We're just talking about Jaden by himself. Jaden's story is about him kind of taking responsibility for, I guess, kind of like his actions, I suppose. So like in season 1, he kind of showed fear of like, oh man, if I lose a duel, you know, I'm gonna lose my friends and this and that, and like he kind of overcomes that a bit. But like I feel like in season 3 obviously is when, well, season 2 he got some more kind of like character development too, like when he lost to Edo and like he was like feeling weird. GX is very weird, so like the character development in GX, like how things are done is very strange, the way they write things, so it's kind of hard to explain, because like he lost to Edo and then he lost he was supposed to go to the light, but his will was too strong, so the only thing that happened was he wasn't able to see his cards and his spirits, and he had to learn how to like, I guess, kind of love dueling again, winning or losing, and then this and that. Like I'm not explaining it well, but in season 3 is when he hit the pinnacle. Like in season 3 when he met Johan, he became instantly like connected to him, and then he felt a lot of guilt because everybody was suffering, because, you know, Yubel is obviously his card and his spirit that is causing all this pain to everyone, so he feels personally responsible for everybody suffering. But he was so blinded by his own pursuit of trying to find Johan that he kind of left the rest of his friends kind of behind. So he was being kind of one-track minded and selfish, and not thinking about the safety of everybody else. And he would always just go off on his own while he was in the other dimension and start like dueling a bunch of people trying to find out where Johan is, and then he'd leave his friends behind, and then they ended up dying, and then he has to live with that regret. And then because of watching his friends die because of his own actions, like he ended up, you know, turning into the Supreme King. His friends had to save him out of that. Then he had to deal with the pain and regret of all the people that he killed while he was the Supreme King. He did like he killed so many people. He's the only main character that killed so many people.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, which is weird because he's the most light-hearted character, and yet he's the one who like created mass genocide when he became like corrupted with darkness and all that. So like then he had to deal with the pain of that, and kind of had to learn how, and he had to like heal Yubel. Season 4's story arc for Jaden was he still feels responsible for everything that happened, so he feels like everything is his fault, so he stayed away from his friends. He's like, I don't want anything to do with my friends because anytime I'm around, they get hurt. So that's why he was excluding himself from everybody else and being distant. And also his personality kind of changed, where he's no longer happy and go lucky, and now he's like a lot more serious, a lot more isolated, and you know, just he goes around doing his thing. He's not, you know, even when he duels, like he's less about having fun and more about, let me get the win as fast as possible. Like he's more OTK focused, like let me get the win right now, let me not waste any time, let's just get this over with. So he was pretty tough in season 4, but like he had to learn how to kind of like, I guess, let go of that, and I guess forgive himself for all that stuff, and also kind of realize that it wasn't completely all his fault. why everything happened. It wasn't all his fault. Like sometimes things just happen. It was somewhat directed towards him, but it wasn't entirely his fault. And then, I guess he had to defeat darkness, and I guess that's just him kind of like reflecting on. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could call you could even think of him versus darkness as like him versus even darkness in himself. I guess you could say like he had to overcome that. Like you could kind of view it that way too, because like darkness is the embodiment of darkness, of evil, and all that stuff, and like of doubt, regret, and fear, and all that stuff. And like Jaden already went through all that, so like nothing that darkness said would work against Jaden, because he already went through that entire character arc where like he saw like the errors of his ways, he saw how dark he can become, how evil he can become, and all that other stuff. And then at the very end with Yugi, when he dueled Yugi, he got his fun back, his ability to take duels seriously, but also still be able to find the joy in dueling again, because that's what he loved most, the fun of dueling. So I felt like he developed a lot. Like he went through negative character arcs and then positive ones, and all that stuff. So I would give him probably an 8.5 out of 10. It's pretty high. He's pretty good.
I'm up there. Yeah, like he's definitely up there.
Yeah, Jaden went through a lot, and it's not like
there was a lot of.
Yeah, it's not like going through like becoming evil necessarily makes you more like a well-developed character. Not necessarily, but like I felt like they built it up really well. Like the entire Yubel arc was very long, and like they showed the progression of him slowly beating himself up and losing everything to build up to that. So like it wasn't just thrown in out of nowhere. They built that up perfectly. Like
I mean, even in season 1, you can see that though. Like when he faces Zane for the first time, and then when there's the rematch, like how he tries to change the way he duels, like, and you can see that that doesn't work. This is not me, So like you can see even in that duel, like the character development of like, oh wait, where Zane is even like almost like like literally insulting him, like, this is not, I would have rather just do with anyone else but you, if this is the you that you were going to bring up, so
exactly.
Like it showed even from season 1, like the character development. I feel like the writers did a really good job with Judai and his character development. Obviously, like you said earlier, he has so much screen time that it kind of cut into a lot of the other characters, but obviously we're only talking about main protagonists, and he was one of those that got a lot of good development. So anyways, I think we should start the poll. So you said 8.5?
Yeah, I would say 8.5. Ninja made a good point. Jaden's story was like a kid being thrown into the real world, forced to realize not everything is all fun and games. Yeah, it was like him growing up to become a man, like being a little bit less of a child mind, like, and realizing that there's like a lot of really bad stuff that can happen, and sometimes you just got to take it seriously, but still be able to find a way to enjoy life. It's kind of like growing up, finding out that life is hard, taking life seriously, but then also trying to remember that you can still have fun in life. You don't have to completely like isolate yourself and just be all serious all the time. You could still have fun and take things seriously when necessary. So like it was kind of it's a growing up kind of story. So I would give it
I think that's why a lot of people I think like that's why a lot of people can relate to Judai, because it's literally real life. Like you got to grow up at some point, but right. That doesn't mean just because you grow up doesn't mean you can't have fun.
Jaden's evil doesn't come from him as a person, rather just the person he was originally before the reincarnated kinda. So you can't judge him on the dark or whatever. Well, actually, here's the interesting thing. When it comes to the Supreme King's power, the gentle darkness is what it's actually called. That power isn't inherently evil. It's actually not evil at all, because even in the past, when they showed his past memories, that wasn't, he wasn't evil at all. He was just a normal little kid. There was nothing evil. The reason why Jaden became evil was because, of all the regret he was feeling and all the pain and watching all his friends die. And then that's when his power of the gentle darkness was awakened. But it was awakened in a way that, like, ended up consuming him. So like the power itself isn't evil, but because the power was awakened through him suffering so much, that darkness inside his heart took over him. So we all have a good and a bad side. We all have a good side and a bad side. Like we all can be good and we all can be evil. Like we all have that potential. So that's because of Jaden's pain and suffering and everything he endured in that arc in season 3, the darkness in his heart just completely took over, and he mentally like isolated himself. Like
I think honestly, I think it's just the what he went through, the pain and everything, was the influence of his power, being used in an evil way rather than it itself being evil. That's kind of where, like, I guess you're trying to say, right?
Yeah. That's pretty much.
It's the influence. It's the influence pretty much that made him that way. But the power in of it itself is not evil.
Yeah. Because even in at the end of season 3 with Yubel, when he activated the power, it didn't consume him or anything. Like it wasn't like this power that kept trying to take over him. He just had to learn how to control himself in general and kind of like use the power that he has. Because the power itself wasn't evil. It was just that he let his personal guilt and anguish and pain and anger take over, and all that stuff. But I'd give Jaden an 8.5, maybe even a 9, but I'll keep it 8.5 for now. So everybody give me your final scores. Yuma says 9. Robbie, what's your score?
I'm giving him an 8. The 8.5. I feel like 8.59 is where I'm at, because his story was way too good.
Yeah, his story was pretty intense. It was great.
It was really good. While you're counting it, let me see. Stanford Matthews says coming of age story. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Coming of age. Yeah. Triple A says Jaden himself is good. He also says the Supreme King would be to blame. Jaden is sinless. I don't know. I think Jaden is to blame because also not stepping up and trying to stop whatever's going on is also like, just standing aside and doing nothing. So you're kind of not sinless.
Jaden is not to blame for everything, but he is to blame for some things, because while he was like his friends were trapped in a whole nother dimension, and he was so concerned about trying to save Johan that he just left them behind like completely by themselves. Like, that's selfish. Like he was so blinded by his goal that he just couldn't even focus on anybody else. And it's not his responsibility to take care of everybody. Everybody's can protect themselves, but like everybody relies on Jaden, and I know that's a lot of pressure on him, but like in the end of the day, like he still left them behind, and that's why they ended up in that position. So like he does take some responsibility, not all, because Yubel was still messed up and twisted, and how she got corrupted was not entirely his fault. Like that was an accident, and then like but like he does take some blame. We as humans have to take blame for our part in like how certain things happen.
I mean, also again, like I said earlier, the things that he did, or the things that were done under, I guess the whole Supreme King thing, like even that, like because I think it shows it in the episode where like he's just stuck there by himself, isolated, while he allows the Supreme King to kind of go rampant. Like that also is like that's your fault, because like you could have done something about it and you chose not to because of the pain or whatever. Obviously it's understandable, you're going through stuff, but standing aside and doing nothing is the same as doing something. And in that case he was doing nothing while millions were like while a whole bunch of people were dying.
Alright, so it seems like everybody has voted already, and it seems like anywhere between a 7.5 to a 9 out of 10. It looks like everybody's that's the final score for Jaden. It's 7.5 to 9 out of 10, somewhere around there. Okay, cool. That's awesome. All right,
that's a good point.
We are going to move on to Yusei Fudo. So let's talk about Fudo Yusei.
You could go first, as I went first on the Judai.
Okay.
This is gonna be a Uzi.
So, I really love Yusei as a character. I think he's great. His main struggle in the series, I would say from an emotional standpoint, was him overcoming... Well, he had two goals. well, there's his emotional turmoil that he was feeling, the guilt he was feeling inside for what his father did, blowing up the whole half of the city and everything. So he felt guilt from that. Like he felt the pain of you know, Jack and Crow and everybody else who lost their families, who got sent to the satellite and this and that. Like he takes blame for that. So he takes responsibility. As a character, he's good because he takes responsibility. He's like, I have to fix this. I have to do something about this. I have to reunite both of the cities. I have to fix the bridge so that everybody can be united as one again. And he's basically trying to make up for his father's mistake and putting that pressure on himself. Even though it wasn't his fault and he was a baby, he puts that pressure on himself. So as a character, he's pretty cool. He's great. Like he takes responsibility and he does what's right. In terms of development though, like Yusei was mostly very stoic, which makes sense because he was focused on his goal, I guess, and you know, he's just a quiet guy. That's fine. You know, not everybody's a super energetic person. That's fine. It is what it is. And I felt like in season 2 in the WRGP arc, he did lighten up more, you know, hanging out with his friends. I think he was so serious because of all the pain that he felt inside from the guilt that his father blew everything up. And then in season 2, he lightened up a bit more. Not like extremely. I don't think he needs to lighten up extremely. I felt like he developed a little bit. But he was mostly the same throughout the series. He just lightened up a little bit towards the second half of 5Ds. But in terms of his goal was to, his goal was to reconnect the bridge that connects Satellite to Neo Domino City. And he did that. He accomplished that at the end of season 1. And then, you know, we saw in season 2, in WRGP arc, that like there was all these highways that was connecting everything with the riding duels and everything. Like everything was more advanced and connected after that. So in terms of his goal, he completed his goal flawlessly. He did great. So there's a difference between him growing, developing as a character in terms of personality versus him developing as a character by completing whatever his mission was. In terms of completing his mission, he succeeded. So that's like a 10 out of 10. In terms of, I guess, becoming a little bit, I guess, more like less serious, I don't know. I'd give him maybe like a 6 out of 10 or something. Because like, I don't want to be too harsh on him, only because like not everybody not everyone is an extrovert. Not everybody can be super excited all the time. Like that's just not normal. But I felt like he always showed a lot of heart, a lot of personality. He cared about everybody. He didn't really have a negative character arc, and he didn't have a positive one either. Like he always had a set goal. He was straightforward. I think as a character, I would give him maybe I would give him a fair 7 or 8 out of 10. I think that's fair. Because like he's a good character. He didn't necessarily he didn't necessarily go up or down in terms of development. He was mostly the same. But in terms of accomplishing his main mission in the show and saving the world, which every character does, but like in terms of like accomplishing what his goal was and kind of getting over the pain he feels for like what his father did and kind of letting that pain go and moving forward, I felt like he did good. I think he deserves a good solid 8 out of 10, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think anything more than like 7 or 8. The reason being is because like you said, like I feel like the targeted audience for like Yusei was more like older, because like you can even tell. I think like Yusei was 17 in the first season or something like that. Yeah. Like he was already mature. Like he was already you know, compared to like for example, like Yugi and Judai, which started in high school, right? Kind of like these are like high school kids, where Yusei was more like he's already a mature adult. He's gone through some crap, you know, already. Like again, he literally, you know, backstory wise, like he was an orphan, like because his dad was like, you know, did something stupid and blew up a whole entire city. Like, you know, so like he was already a mature adult in a sense. Like he was already old, like a grown, mature person. Like, so like there was not much development to see because it had already happened, right? Like it already happened. right?
Yeah.
Like you see that in the flashbacks and stuff. Like okay, he went through that, this and that, and the third. Okay, that makes more sense. And then it kind of helps, to see why he is the way he is. Where and I'm not, compared to another character that we're gonna get to eventually, who they failed to do all that stuff. Like I feel like in terms of development, there wasn't much to really develop because like I think you said it in one of the videos that you had posted about like Yusei and stuff. He was presented pretty much perfect, right? Like this is just a mature person.
And you could argue that that's one of the main flags that he gets, that he was too perfect. Like he didn't.
Like there was not much flaws. There was not much flaws.
Yeah, that's why I would give him like a 7 or an 8 because of the fact that he was like a perfectly constructed. Like he was too perfect up to the point where like he could do no wrong, and I felt like he doesn't need to like turn evil or anything. No, but like he didn't really struggle internally with like.
Yeah, exactly.
Right or wrong. He was just always good and perfect the whole time. And
exactly.
So like
the way you presented him is like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why, like, as a character, he is amazing. But because he didn't like necessarily like, there wasn't much diversity in terms of like him struggling with stuff. He pretty much handled everything perfectly, all the time.
Yeah.
So like. That's why
you could see the struggles, like you could see the struggles in the duels and stuff. But like the way he handled things, were like an adult, like you're a mature adult. You don't break or anything. Like this is like a mature, responsible adult. Like if something's happening, like okay, and I just have to do this, and that. Yeah, it's bothering me. It's kind of a struggle, but I just gotta take step A, B, and C, and it'll be done, right? Whereas like you see that kind of struggle with the other characters that we mentioned beforehand, right? Where like they didn't kind of have that struggle, and I think that's what turns people off. But I think like the writers were trying to highlight all of the good stuff about like Yusei rather than like kind of present any of the bad stuff. Like again, you see some of the bad stuff or anything like in the flashbacks, but again, it's a flashback compared to like actual character development. Because character-wise, like his characteristics and morals and everything were amazing. Like he's a selfless person, right? He cares about his friends. I mean, obviously most characters do, but like Yusei, it's especially like even in his bio and stuff, it's even depicted like he's a selfless person, cares about his friends, like he cares about other people even more than himself. Like this is like mature characteristics, right? Like this is just a person who's just mature. And but that's also what turns a couple of people off. It's like, but where's the flaw? Like I could connect to that good stuff, but like I struggle with this. How do I handle it at my age, and or how do I handle that? Like Yusei kind of teaches you how to handle it from a mature standpoint. Like, all right, if you're an adult and you're mature, then this is how you would handle it. But not everybody handles things like that. In comparison to like, for example, Judai, like he had to go through some dark like season in his life and get over that. Yusei, I don't think he had to go through anything dark besides whatever flashback they presented to him, right? Like, he grew up in Satellite. He was an orphan. His father blew up a whole city. He feels responsible and feels the need to redeem. And so he sets his, I guess his goal, his goal is to connect Satellite. Satellite is not just this trash place. Like, we're gonna all be one people, right? Like, this is what I'm gonna do, and also redeem the work that my father did. Like, because even in the end, like you see the time skip, he takes over his father's job and he does an amazing job. Yeah, like you see the like you see emotions. Like it's not like he was emotionless. Like there's moments where he's like, he has like moments of doubt where like I think at one point like Jack had to punch him in the gut. Like, get yourself together. Like, what is wrong with you? Like you're like. But like everything is in 5Ds, I feel like everything is seen from like a more mature adult point of view than like more like a high school kid or something like that going into adulthood. Yusei kind of starts off from adulthood onward. Judai and Yugi like they're more like I'm a teenager going into adulthood. That's like I guess the best way to describe it. And I think my points for Yusei would be like a 7.5 to a 8.5. I don't think he gets more than that though. And just because of that aspect, like there's not much flaws, and it's okay. Not every, but the truth of the matter is that everybody has flaws. I just feel like they didn't really present that much in terms of Yusei's character. They just presented the mature and adult way to handle things, you know? Like, you're an adult, this is what you do from adulthood onward. You know? That's like the best way that I could describe it.
Yeah, so yeah. 7.5 out of 10. All right, I'm going to read some of the scores of everybody. Actually, let me write it down, and then everybody can put their final scores here.
And that's just me being realistic and unbiased. Like, you know, again, obviously, Yusei's my favorite character, and I'm not giving him a 10. You know? I'm giving him a 7.5
you have to be unbiased. You can't just...
I'm giving him a 7.5 out of 8.5. I don't think he deserves any more than that because of the way he was depicted. That's just
guys, give me your last final votes right now. Just give me your votes again if you already voted. But what out of 10 would you give Yusei in terms of story and development? I'll give him an 8. I think he was a solid character, but he wasn't an amazing character because like he was just a little too perfect and didn't really struggle with anything. He always did the right thing and never struggled with doing the wrong thing, or like never failed at anything really. Well, I guess you could say he failed at like saving Callan, but there's not much he could have done there anyway.
Yeah.
But
even the way he handled that situation, though, if you think about it, he kind of like, you know, he could have saved him, and he kind of like dealt with it, right? Like very quickly. It wasn't like it didn't take him a while. Like it just like happened.
Yeah,
you know?
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, like even then, it's like the way he handled it was like a mature adult. Like, all right, I guess, you know, I lost a friend. You know, like I'm not gonna kill myself over it. You know, obviously when he sees Callan again, he tries to like, you know, save him or whatever. But even then, like it's all shown from like a mature aspect. Like there's no like real struggle. Like there's no real human struggle, you know, or character struggle within him. Like he just knows what to do. That's what I guess turns people off from him.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so let's see. AAA says 10 out of 10. Ninja says Yusei's at 9.9 out of 10. That's basically just a 10.
Yeah.
Yusei 6 out of 10.
Guys, if anything, try to keep it 0.5. So like rather than 0.3 or 2, like if it's possible, it's easier to like, you know, grade, I guess. You know, so like if you're gonna give somebody a 0.5, I mean a point something, just give it 0.5 rather than anything else, just to make it a little bit easier to grade for legendary.
Yeah. All right. So Yusei 6 out of 10. Outside of his goals, he didn't really develop much and was too perfect. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
All right. We're gonna get a couple more votes in before we move on to the next character.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Because Yuma's a doozy too.
Yeah, Yuma's gonna be a big discussion right here.
Yeah, he got a lot. He got a lot going on. And I remember I saw the season with you, so like I remember I finished watching Zexo with you, and I have watched it again. Never in dub, though. I can't stand his English voice. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't. Him and Yuya.
6 out of 10. Okay.
And again, guys, just a reminder, these definitely might change at the end, because we gotta be realistic here.
Yes. Because there's one thing grading each character, and then it's grading each character against each other to see where they really belong.
Yeah. So this is just like the first grading, and then once everything has happened, I think we're gonna like grade them, you know, unbiasedly, I guess.
Yuma, we're voting for Yusei now. What would you give him?
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, AAA, we're still on Yusei. What would you give Yusei out of 10?
AAA, that's not an unpopular opinion. That's not. That's probably the most popular opinion.
Yeah.
Because there's so many Yuma haters. Like.
Yeah.
It's definitely not an unpopular opinion.
I guess it's unpopular in terms of like, you know, the people that actually like Yuma. You know. Oh, he said he gave Yusei a 10. Okay. I think that's everybody. Oh, I honestly don't agree with the score, bro, to be honest.
All right, I mean, so far, it seems like we got either it's a 10 or a 6, one or the other. So okay, you said Yuma says 4. That's a little too low in my opinion, but okay.
Yeah.
I'll put Yusei final score a 6 or a 10, which is like a weird, not 6 to 10, but just a 6 or a 10, because apparently there's no in between.
Yeah, there's no in between, to be honest.
Well, except for you and me, I guess we were in between.
Yeah. We're the only normal people here. Now I'm joking, guys. I'm joking.
Yusei final score would be
6 or 10. My God. I do not agree with.
I'll put 6 to 9. I feel like 10 is a little too.
Yeah. 6 to 9. Yeah.
6 to 9
out of 10. Yeah. 6 to 9 out of 10.
Let's be realistic. He's definitely not.
Yeah. He's not a 10. I'm sorry. I love Yusei, but no.
I don't even think there's such a thing as a perfect character, but.
Yeah, me neither. We're gonna see a character who's like the opposite of this very soon. Can't wait to get to him.
Alright, so we are done voting for Yusei. We are going to move on to Fudo, to
Yuma. Yep. Alright,
okay.
I guess I'll take this one.
Alright, so yeah, Robbie, why don't you give your thoughts on Yuma Tsukumo? What do you think about his character, development, and all that stuff, and his story?
In my top 5, I don't even know if I posted my top 5, but spoiler, Yuma's within my top 5. And he's within my top 3. Actually, so for future references, for those who are ever thinking about my top 5 or I guess 10 or whatever main character, whatever. Yeah, Yuma, man, in the beginning I couldn't really get behind him. That's but fair. Like as I watched the season and as I continue to like watch it, like it was obvious that Yuma's character development was amazing, at least in my perspective. He started off as this character who just sucked at dueling. And what person has never sucked at dueling? I sucked at dueling. I even remember in school, I just to get nothing but L's and I would get so frustrated. And so like his growth was just from the very first season onward was just amazing. Like his attributes, his character, like was really good. Like his care for other people, even when they were just like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm like, I still see something good in you, type of thing, which a lot of the times is, obviously that's kind of unrealistic in terms of like, okay, like you can't just see good in every single person, right? Like this guy is clearly trying to go after your life and you're like, yeah, but I still see good in you. But like, obviously you have to look at it from a different perspective because now like we went from Yusei being a mature, handling things from a mature side of thing, where Yuma is more like a kid. He's younger, and you could even see it in the way he handles situations and stuff, like even the way he talks and everything, the interaction with him and Astral, like it's amazing. This is like I always say, like Astral and Yuma was what Yugi and Atem should have been. I think like they just did the Yuma and Astral way better than Yugi and Atem could have ever been done. And like you could see the interaction of how, this kid, this knucklehead of a kid, stubborn, hard-headed, but then it's also very caring and cares for other people, even friends, and like, so you see like a almost like a fusion, or pun intended, XCs of like Judai and Yusei together. Like in Yuma, that's how I see it. He just shows like so much development, like even throughout the series, like when he's like gathering the number cards with Astral to help Astral get his memory back, his duels against certain people, and like I think it's like 4 and 3 and like even Faker, and it's just so much. I don't know much like in depth, but from what I do know, Yuma just showed a lot of development in terms of like character wise, like, but he still stayed true to himself, right? Like they show that Yuma does mature in some way, but he still stays true to himself. Like he's still this stubborn kid, this I'm gonna argue with you. Astral, don't tell me what to do. I know how to duel now. I don't suck anymore. Like, like it shows all that, and I like that. Like a lot of people like knock Zexo off, like they knock it down very quickly. But like when you give it a chance, like it's like one of the most amazing like show like series to be put together. And I think that they, like I said, it's like a fusion of Judai and Yusei together. Because you get the good and the bad, but you also get the like the character development where like every other character also gets a shine. Like Yuma is not the center of the world right here. Like in the Judai arc, where like Judai just like it was just too much Judai, so other characters got kind of like shunned. But at the same time, Yuma's not like, oh man, he doesn't struggle or anything. Like you say, like he's just boring. He's just a grown ass, grown up adult, and is like, yeah. So it's like it's a fusion of both of them, and it's the perfect fusion. And then you also get the whole, I guess playback to Yugi and Atem with Yuma and Astral. Was like, this is what Yugi and Atem should have been, or at least what it should have been like, And so like my final score for Yuma, I feel like he gets 8 out of 9. That's my score.
That's fair.
For Yuma.
That's fair. That's a fair score. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Before I give my opinion, I'm gonna read some opinions here on the chat. AAA says Yuma is a really good representation of the Yu-Gi-Oh fans since they're like little fans who suck at first but mature over time, and as a bonus he's literally sinless like you say. Okay, interesting. Stanford says I liked Yuma even in the beginning. Zale is also one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh series. Alright, nice. I might be biased. Yeah, I feel you. If you take a chance, you'll like it. Yes, I do agree that if you give Zale a chance, watch it subbed all the way through, I guarantee you'll like it.
That's funny. He said take a chance. That's part of the intro.
Yeah, I know.
I caught that.
It was a good pun.
It was a good pun there. I saw that.
Alright, so for me, obviously, you guys already know Yuma's one of my favorite characters. I'm going to keep that out of my mindset, and I'm going to look at his character objectively, so I'm being fair. But there are very legitimate reasons as to why he became like my second favorite, or sometimes even my first. I always go back and forth between him and Judai, but I feel from a character perspective, like I love Yuma so much because let's look at his story first. I guess the first part of his story that he needed to overcome was he was a terrible duelist and he needed to become better. Astral helped him out with that. He overcame challenges. By the time the duel carnival happened, like he was dueling by himself. He didn't need any help at that point. He was good. He knew what he was doing, and he kept getting better and improving. The final duel with Astral was the representation of his growth as a duelist. So as a duelist, he grew exponentially. He did a lot of crazy stuff. He even was able to summon his own unique number monster that's exclusive to him. He was able to Shining Draw on his own without Astral. He as a duelist, he grew so much. Like we already know that. Like he was on his own. He only needed Astral's help in the early stages, very early. But once the tournament came, he was good. He was on his own. And one of the cool things about Yuma that's different from Astral is that Astral's very calculated, and he builds a formula for how to win. And when Astral can't figure out a way how to win, he kind of breaks down. But Yuma's different. If Yuma sees that he can't win, like he'll think of some sort of obscure kind of gambling strategy to kind of win the duel. Like he doesn't give up. Yuma doesn't give up. Like even if he's at the brink of death, he's like, no, I'm not giving up. I'm gonna find a way. So he'll take chances. He'll use gambling type of cards in a sense where he gambles on the possibility of drawing a certain card or whatever to get to turn the duel around. And a lot of those duels were won by Yuma because he took chances, while Astral was so strategic that he couldn't think outside of the box. So that's a little bit of a difference between Yuma and Astral, is that Yuma may not be as intelligent as Astral in the beginning, but Yuma's able to take more chances, and he got a lot of wins because he took chances where Astral didn't. So I think that's a distinction between him and Astral, and why Yuma in a sense is good, because he's willing. He doesn't just give up right away. He'll think of another way out, even if he's gambling and whatnot. Another thing with his story, he dealt with He also kind of, doesn't. He has his grandma and his sister. He lost his dad and his mother. You could tell that his story is completely guided by the words that his dad told him, which is Katsobingo, which is bring it to him. Yeah, like give it your best, give it your all, don't give up, and this and that. That's basically the gist of it. And in the duel that Yuma had with 3, it kind of showed like the pain that Yuma, like what happens if Yuma didn't have those inspirational words from his dad. It basically showed that Yuma's life, he would have been like this depressed kid who gave up easily on everything, and he had no confidence. His dad gave him confidence to push forward and do the right thing and all that stuff. So that's cool there. Throughout the whole series, Yuma's influence with all the characters was Shark. Shark hated Yuma's guts in the beginning. He hated him. Like he would run from him and everything. Like Yuma would chase him down. Like yo, where you going? I want to be your friend. Let's go. Like he wouldn't let him go. Like Yuma was annoying in that sense because like he wouldn't let someone go. But that's the great thing about him is like he doesn't want someone to feel alone. He doesn't want somebody to feel kind of abandoned or left out. So like if he sees that you're alone or that you're going through something, he feels hurt for people and he wants to go do everything he can to stop them, even if he's being annoying about it and like stalking you. Like he doesn't care. Like he has such a big heart. He wants to help you. Like he helped out Shark so much so that Shark like pretty much kind of gave his life to Yuma in a sense. He's like, yo, anytime you need anything, I got your back. Like I'm here. Like he'll take hits for Yuma. He'll follow him anywhere because like Yuma saved Shark's life. Like Yuma believed in Shark when everyone else looked down on him and saw him as trash. Like so, like Yuma's heart is what like influences all the other characters. The same for Kaito. The same for the Arc-like brothers. The same for a lot of the Barons and stuff. Like he even changed Vector's heart in the end of the day. You know how hard it is to change Vector's heart?
Yeah.
That dude is twisted. That dude is twisted. He literally was twisted until the very last moment, and then like he was literally gonna take Yuma down with him to die with him and be absorbed by Dawn Thousand, and then Yuma starts crying and he's like, okay, that's fine, I'll go and die with you so that you don't have to be alone. I'll go and die with you. And then Vector was like, I can't do it. I can't take you. You're too innocent. You're too good-hearted. He let go of Yuma's hand and he went and died, and that's it. Because he's like, he couldn't take someone so pure away. But one thing I want to mention with Yuma is he sounds very similar to Yusei, right? Like he's so good-hearted. The difference between Yuma and Yusei is that Yuma struggled with his anger and his hatred, like he did, like especially with Vector. Vector pushed him to the limit. Vector really pushed him to the limit. Like there was a point in time where like Yuma was so frustrated with Vector and betrayed by him that he just like completely, like there was a point in time where it looked like he genuinely hated his guts, and like I feel like he wanted to wipe him out so badly, but in the end of the day, he struggled with it, but he still stayed true to his convictions in the end. The same with Shark, with Nash at the very end of the show. Like he could have won the duel, he was gonna win, and instead he decided to hold back because he's held true to his morals, and he's like, no, I'm not gonna win this way. I'm not gonna just wipe you out and kill you. Like that's not what I want to do. It's not how I want to win. And then because of that, the secondary effect of Nash's spell card actually ended up making Nash lose because Yuma held back. So because he stayed true to his convictions, he ended up winning the duel anyway. But the thing with Yuma is like he struggled with his anger and frustration, and you know he's a good person to his heart, to his morals, but he still struggled with it. Like he would still lose his cool and his anger, and like he would like, you know, he is a kid and he's young, but I don't even think it's just that. Like he struggled with it, you know, where Yusei didn't struggle all too much. He just always did the right thing, and he didn't really seem like he struggled all that much to do the wrong thing, you know.
Yeah, he handled everything. Like
yeah, but Yuma was conflicted inside at certain points where he wasn't like he didn't want to, but there was times where he felt he had to, but ultimately in the end he couldn't bring himself to like do the final blow or kill someone off. Like he couldn't do it, and like he was only killing people off because the duels had to happen and there was no other choice. But like it broke him inside to have to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Yusei didn't get broken inside, having to you know some people died and stuff, but he definitely was broken. But I just feel like Yuma Like,
But even then, the way Yusei handled that after, like, it's just like he moved on from it, right? Like, Yuma
yeah.
was still like,
Now, Yuma
like,
was definitely he was a great character. He was well developed. He influenced the story and the characters, all of the characters. That's why at the end of the show you see Yuma with literally every single person he's ever met in the story going off to fight a new enemy, because everybody just completely, you know, respects Yuma and loves him and is by his side. Even though everybody found him annoying, now everybody's on his side because, like, they saw that he's a true good-hearted person who's never going to give up on them, and they respect that. Like, you got to have that good heart. But like I said,
Yeah.
Yuma did struggle with that at some points. He also did make mistakes. Like, for example, when Ray was in the story Vector, before he was revealed to be Ray, like, he actually he was hiding a secret from Astral, that Ray was from the Baryon world, and he had to hide that secret from Astral because, you know, Ray told him, no, you got to keep this under wraps. Like, he's not supposed to know. Like, I'm a police officer from the Baryon world, and you need to keep this secret from me. So he was keeping the secret from Astral, even though that's his partner, and because of that, that ended up screwing him up, because then when Vector revealed himself to be true, the doubt inside of Astral was built, and then Astral was corrupted by the darkness in his heart, because he felt betrayed by Yuma and he felt like he couldn't trust him. So then that's why the Dark Astral thing came in, and he absorbed with Yuma to become Dark Yuma. So Yuma wasn't evil; it was actually Astral that became evil because of the because Astral is made of pure light. So when that darkness was put inside of him by that distrust to not trust Yuma, that kind of corrupted him and took him over. And Yuma had to apologize for that, and he realized the errors of his ways for not sharing something so important with Astral and just trusting Ray. And because Yuma is so loving and trusting, that ends up screwing him up, because one of Yuma's weaknesses is that he's so trusting of other people and so willing to accept them that he gets easily betrayed by other people. That's one of his, like, character flaws, because he's so good-hearted that it ends up screwing him in the end because of how good-hearted he is. Like with Vector, Vector screwed him up so many times. Vector screwed him up so many times, but because of his good heart, that also gets in his way. Like, he can't, you know, he makes mistakes that he shouldn't have. But he learned from those mistakes and he grew from them, and he didn't hide anything from Astral after that point. And yeah, so, like, he grew a lot, in my opinion. I mean, his character arc is not like Jaden's, where he became evil and had to, like, become an adult per se, in that sense. But he's not like Yusei either, where he didn't struggle at all with his convictions. I just think he was a good, solid character all throughout the show. In the beginning, he was portrayed a certain, but that's fine. That was the point of his story. He was supposed to grow up. He was supposed to grow into a better duelist. He was supposed to change the people around him. You know, try to make it so that people didn't duel for hatred and wrong reasons, because he feels like duels should be for fun and to be enjoyed. But, like, in the end of the day, you know, there's a war going on and he has to do what he has to do. But he didn't. It wasn't easy for him to go through with all that. But yeah, those are my thoughts on Yuma. I think he's a fantastic character all the way through. I'm gonna give him a 9 out of 10. I don't think there's a perfect character for a 10 out of 10. I would put him a 10 out of 10, but, like, I'll be fair. I'll put him a 9 out of 10. Maybe there's some areas where he could have been better. Maybe. I feel like he's good overall. I feel like he was probably one of the most human characters out of all of them, in my opinion. Like, he really struggled a lot, but he was also strong to his convictions, and he grew a lot. Like, he was great, in my opinion. But anyway, that's my thoughts. I'll give him a 9 out of 10 for me. Yeah, Robbie, what was your score again?
Mine was 8.5 out of 9.5, I believe.
Fair enough.
Even so, that's just my score. I think he's closest to 10 than any other character previously.
Yeah. So, Yuma final score.
So let's see, guys. What are your scores for Yuma? Put it out there.
All right, pin comment. All right, give me your scores, guys. What would you give Yuma out of 10 in terms of character development? Put your personal feelings aside of whether you like him or not. character development and what he did for the story, you gotta be fair here. Yuma's a 5, 6, or 7 for me. Okay, somewhere in between there. All right, that's fair. In my opinion, he's at the very least a 7. He can't be a 5, but you stick to your own opinions. That's fine. But he's at least a 7. What score out of 10? Yeah, okay.
8 out of 10.
So,
the train dude 48. I don't know if it's popping up at the legendary chat, but he says 8 out of 10. The first season was a bit much for his character, but after that he does get better.
But I didn't see all of Zale. So just judge based on what you did see so far, but definitely finish Zale because
6 out of 10. Skylar says 6. Skylar Wong says 6 out of 10. Yuma Tsukumo gives himself a 10.
He's a 6. Okay, so we got 6, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ninja gives it a 9. Yuma gives it a 10. Yuma. No, I already read me. Yeah, 10 out of 10. 9 out of 10. I give it a 9. You give it a 8.5 to a 9.5. Okay, so we got like 3 votes for 6, and then a couple votes for 8, 9, or 10. So I'll put, I guess. What do you think, Robbie? Like between?
I think he's higher than Yusei, definitely, in that department. I think he's definitely higher than Yusei.
Yeah, I would agree.
I would definitely go as far as to say 8.5 out of 10, or 8.5 to 9.5 out of 10, because he's definitely. We got Matthew for 8. Yeah, I just feel like he was way too good of a character to not,
Okay. So how many people voted for 6? Skylar and AAA voted for 6. So that's 2 people. Most people voted for either an 8 or a 9 or a 10. So we'll put final score between 8 and 10.
Yeah, 8 out of 10. You mean, or 8?
8 to 10. 8 to 10.
Yeah, there you go. 8 to 10 out of 10. Yeah, because he was way too good of a character not to give him that. I think he was the perfect combination. Like, he was the perfect culmination of all the previous characters.
No,
like,
he was
every single character before him should have been. Literally.
Yeah, I mean, he was even like he's even a better version of the whole Yuma. The whole Yugi and Atem thing, like he was.
Yeah, Yugi, exactly.
But,
like he
so
was just
much better.
Yeah, he was like the better version of whatever characters came previously. Like he was just the combination and the better version. This is what every character beforehand should have been, kind of thing. Like
8 to 10 out of 10 for Yuma. Growing so much every way but evil. Okay. All right. Before moving on to Yuya, we're ranking Kathy. All right. Here we go. Yeah, AAA has a hate for cats, so he hates the character Kathy because she runs a cat deck. It's just nonsense. Anyway, all right, so that's the final score for that. We're gonna do the final scores for all of them at the end. So we're gonna fix all this up. But for now, it's anywhere between an 8 to a 10 out of 10 for Yuma, which is pretty fair.
All right, Yuya.
We're gonna go with no. Actually, we gotta talk about Astral. Because we talked about
true. Astral is a separate character. I forget. Yeah.
Astral. So I mean, for
you
Astral,
take this one.
Yeah, for Astral, I think he did develop a lot. He was in the beginning. Astral was very analytical and he couldn't really relate to anyone. Like he was very like robotic in a sense. Like everything was about facts and strategy, and like he couldn't really connect. But like, see, the thing with Astral is, people hate season 1, but in season 1 is where you get to see Yuma and Astral's relationship grow a lot. So like Astral became more kind-hearted. He became trusting towards other people. He became more trusting towards Yuma. He started to actually grow a personality, like for real. Like he started to grow a personality, and everything. Like, he grew a lot. He became a lot less. He just became a lot less strict. He became a lot less rude and disrespectful towards Yuma, because in the beginning, they would be like, you know, disrespecting each other the whole time, and he would be like constantly like insulting Yuma, like, oh, like he's, oh, like, you're dumb, you're stupid, like, you don't know what you're doing, like, you're an idiot, like, all that stuff. But eventually they became, like, slowly their relationship grew and they became more close and more deep. He became more like other people were able to see his spirit after that, and like he grew a relationship with people and with Yuma, and like he grew a lot as a character. He learned a lot about his past, and I feel like he's a solid. I think he's either the same. I would put him slightly above Atem. Slightly above Atem. I think he's pretty good. I think he's pretty good.
Like, what score would you rank him in? Because there's not much to say about Astral, since it was like very close to with Yuma, right?
Yeah, they both had about equal screen time. Yuma maybe a tad bit more. But yeah, I felt like they both shared enough screen time and developed enough. He didn't get as many duels as Yuma did, which is good because it's, you know, Yuma is still the main character. I would give Astral a 7 or a 7.5 for me.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that, and I'm not saying this because I don't have a score. Like I feel like generally 7, you know, like what you said, 7.
7.5.
Yeah, 7.5. Is a fair score. Again, he was fairly on screen. Like, he was on screen just enough, right? But not so much so that it just took over Yuma and any of the other characters. In terms of growth as well, like, it was pretty much spot on. Like, you know, his more, like, the way he handled things kind of changed over time. So it's like, there's not much really to say because it's pretty similar. I mean, he's like a complete opposite of like what Yuma was, where like Yuma took chances and everything. Astral just like, nah. The fact of the matter is, you know, the numbers don't lie. Hence, you know, numbers, right? The calculations and numbers don't lie. You know, chances of us getting out of this is like, you know, this much. Numbers don't lie, so we're gonna, you know, we're screwed. Where Yuma was like, no, I don't care about the numbers. We're gonna take this chance either way. And if we fail, at least we tried, you know, like, so like, and then, you know, after a while kind of growing, you know, from that, like, calculated mentality to like a more like, you know what, doesn't hurt to take a chance here and there, right? So like,
yeah, he definitely learned a lot from Yuma.
Yeah, so like, again, it also goes to like Yuma and how he just influenced every single character that he encountered, right? So it's like, I mean, Astral was literally with Yuma for the majority of the series, or of all series, I'm pretty sure. It just like, obviously they didn't show him, but like, he was there with him. So like, he had to be influenced before anyone else, you know, because he was there with him for the majority of the time. And so like, you know, like I feel like a 7.5. I would even go as far as to say 7.5 out of 8. You know,
that's fair.
7.5.
I would say 7.5, the highest, only because like if Yusei's an 8, then I think 7.5 would be fine. Yeah, maybe an 8.
Yeah,
7.5, anywhere between 7 to 8. I think.
I don't mind because of the fact that he was very, like, again, Astral was like, what, a spirit, right? So it's like, for a spirit, like, that's pretty, you know, to be influenced by
he's a spirit,
right?
And he was like, he had no like no human characteristics or personality per se. He was just arrogant. Yeah, like, he was arrogant. He's intelligent, but like he couldn't relate to humans. But like, over time, he learned how to feel and become more human and become more sympathetic and everything. So like, he's basically a Atem but better. So, you know, like,
he's literally a better. I 7.5, 7.5.
Okay, so give your final scores, guys, out of 10 for Astral.
Final score, I will say, for me, final score is 7.5. I will say 7.5 as my final score.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Good message. Give
right?
us your
So
final scores.
We have a 7.9, so I'm gonna just take that as a 7.5 because we're not doing the 7 point,
Yeah.
like anything that's either lower or higher than 0.5. We're not doing so.
Stanford says Astral ended. Stanford says Astral ended up learning quite a lot from Yuma. Quite ironic. Yeah, that's the thing. Like they both learned from each other. So like, Astral learned how to be more human, sympathetic, and take more chances like Yuma, and then Yuma learned how to be more strategic and more calculated in his duel. Like he learned how to become a better duelist, and then Astral learned how to become a better human, like learning how to become more human.
And funny enough, neither of them, even though they became a better opposite of one another, they didn't sacrifice their actual morals. Like Yuma still took chances, right? Astral was still calculated, but you know, the influence in each other, like you could see Astral at times like, you know what, let's take this chance. You could see Yuma like, you know what, yeah, I could take this chance, but let's be a little more calculated before we take that chance, right? Like but they didn't sacrifice that moral, which is what I liked, right? So like that's also a good point. Yeah. All right, so we got 7.9, which we'll take at 7.5. We have 8 out of 10. We have 7.5 out of 10. We have an 8. We have another 8. Anyone else voting? That's a lot of 8. Yep. 7.5 to 8 out of 10, I think. Yeah, another 8.
7.5 out of 8.
7.5 out of 8. That's fair.
Okay. All right. Cool. So then I'll put Astral final score.
Train Dude also says 8 out of 10. Yep, that's fair. 7.5 out of 8. 7.5, 8 to 10.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna put a solid 8 because there's more 8s.
Yeah. There's a lot of 8s. Yeah.
So I'll just put 8. We got a solid 8 because most people just said 8. So we'll put 8.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Astral is an 8. So that's the end of the Astral conversation. Now we're gonna move on to Sakaki Yuya. So let's talk about Sakaki Yuya.
Oh man, I will go first if you don't mind.
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh man, I have like a lot of good things, but I also have a lot of bad things with Yuma.
Yeah.
Because like the show was all about, well, not all about it, but it was mainly just him wanting to follow in his father's footsteps, right? Like entertaining everybody, right?
Yeah.
But then we find out that he's not really, you know, the main person. Like it's Zark. It's just one part of the whole of another person. You know, like so it's like, are you really the main character or are you just part of the main character? Kind of thing. It's like it's so confusing. But I'm just gonna rank it by like, okay, Yuya himself. I feel like, man, there's like not a lot, but then there's also a lot to talk about with Yuya. Like the whole entertaining aspect of the duel, like I get it. That was what they were trying to bring up and introduce. And I like that. I didn't mind that. You know, it was a new twist to Yu-Gi-Oh. I didn't mind it at all. Pendulums kind of like made the game kind of broke, but that's besides the point. In terms of character development and stuff, like I honestly don't really know that much to go off, because it was just like he was like, you have to take into account the other character, the other U-boys, right? Because they were a part of the main guy, right? He will have these moments of rage where it was like, you know, but like these moments of rage weren't justified, but at the same time they were. It's like, okay, why do you have to go that OP? But at the same time, it's like, why? So it's like, I don't know where to really like I don't even have, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what to give him in terms of rank. Like I saw Arc V, I feel like they kind of rushed it toward the end, and it just made no sense afterwards. Early on, like, all I can say is like, you know, in terms of like dueling and wanting to follow in his father's footsteps and everything, and I guess he has something similar to like Yuma, where you know, he kind of had this, I guess, this motto that his father left to him. Let the pendulum swing or whatever. Like always smile, right? Like it it's not as realistic, like as like Yuma, right? Whereas like Yuma's like Katobiga, like give it all you got, don't give up. That's realistic. Smile, like I'm not gonna be smiling if, like, for example, if my freaking, like, God forbid, like my mom passed, I ain't gonna be smiling, I'm gonna be crying. Like that's not a good motto. I can't just smile in the midst of things that are going on. Like, it's not realistic, and so like I can't stand behind that. Whereas like with Yuma, it's like give it all you got, never give up. Like, yeah, I can stand behind that, because that's like, yeah, why give up? Take one chance, right? Like the song says. Where like I don't know. It was, Art V as a whole was really entertaining till like toward the end, but and then the whole bringing of other characters from like other series, like it's I don't know. Like I can't really. I'm gonna let you handle this one, because I don't know what to say with Yuya.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I'll even whatever you rank him, I'm gonna go along with it, because I just don't know what to say with Yuya.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. So for Yuya, for me, it's very interesting. It's a very complicated thing with Yuya. So his main purpose is he wants to be an entertainment duelist, just like his dad, and he wants to make the world smile with his duels. Very simple, very innocent, straightforward. So did he accomplish that goal? Technically yes, and technically no. So, by the end of the story, obviously, because he's the main character, yeah, he made the world smile and saved the world, made a baby smile, whatever, that weird final season, final section. But, like, technically he did, but the way the writers wrote everything near the end just didn't make any sense at all. So, like, it felt very forced. So he accomplished his goal of making the, like saving the world and fixing the world through smiling, but it was very forced. You could tell, like, it didn't make any sense the way it was handled, so people didn't believe it. And if you look throughout his entire story, he struggled a lot with trying to achieve that goal, because he would let his anger get the best of him. Now, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because it shows that he's human. It shows that even though he wants to obtain this goal, it's not going to be easy for him, because he's not exactly like his dad. He can't control his emotions that well. So he would constantly lose his emotions and has to learn how to overcome letting his emotions get the best of him. And
he's a kid, right? Like middle school?
Yeah, and he's a kid. He's 14, so he's not like... His dad is fully grown. So his dad has this entertainment style dueling, but he's a lot more mature, and he's been doing this for years. So, like, he knows how to compose himself and how to do everything the right way. Yuya's 14, he's a kid. He's gonna lose his temper more. He's gonna be, he's not gonna know what he's doing as much. And he's seeing the world for the first time. There's a lot of dark stuff happening. Being attacked by the fusion dimension and everything, hopping from different dimensions, Yuzu getting kidnapped. So he was going through a lot. So he was having a hard time actually keeping control of himself, because he was frustrated. So his story arc is really just him trying his best to stay to his ideals, or his father's ideals of being an entertainment duelist, but struggling with it, and then trying to become what his dad is. And in my opinion, I don't feel like he ever became like his dad by the end of the show. Like, it was kind of forced the way they did it, but like, he never did it the way his dad did it. He never was able to like flawlessly entertain people. Like, yes, he's had duels where he's entertained people and changed people's hearts. Like, he's done it, but like, he just went back and forth so many times that like he couldn't like stick with it. Like in the synchro arc, he learned the lesson from Jack that like, you can stick to your father's ideals if you want, if that's what you want to follow, but make sure that you use your own voice to speak. Make sure you do that and don't like lose yourself, basically. But like, once we got out of the synchro dimension and he changed everyone's heart in the synchro dimension, we get back to the X-Keys dimension, and he's like struggling with that concept again, and it's like, all right, we went through this. Now, humans struggle back and forth all the time. Sometimes you learn a lesson and then you have to keep relearning it, because like, we're all flawed. Sometimes it takes longer for others, so like, I don't want to blame him too much, but like, from a viewer's perspective, it's like, all right, we went through this, man. Learn how to control yourself. And I do get that part of that is Zark. Zark is inside of him, and that also manipulates how he feels and allows him to be more enraged. But if he learned how to control himself more and not let things get to him, like, you can be properly upset at things, but like, I just feel like he just couldn't control himself. That was his main struggle, controlling himself. He just couldn't do it.
I have a thought here.
Yeah, what's your thought?
But I'll say it after you're done, because like I didn't have anything, but now I had some time to think.
Yeah. So in terms of saving the world with smiling, technically he did, but the way the writers did it didn't feel very, very natural or authentic. It felt very forced. Obviously, even by the end of the series, like, everybody was smiling at the end, even though, Shun's sister died, and we don't get to see any of the other U-boys or U-girls, and like there was no reason for anyone to be smiling at that point. But like, the writers wrote it that way, and it didn't sit right with people. It just didn't make any sense. But as a character, I think Yuya didn't really succeed. I think in terms of struggling, he struggled a lot to obtain what he wanted, but I don't feel like he ever actually obtained it the way his father did. I also personally felt like, and this is unrelated because what I want versus what we got is different, but like, I would have preferred if he separated, if one of the lessons he learned was to separate himself from his dad's style of entertainment and decided to do his own thing. Like, he realized like that style wasn't working for him. Like, he couldn't do it like his dad, right? He can only be himself. So he should have like tried to follow his father's footsteps, but then learned how to be his own man, which is kind
exactly
of like
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, but like which is what Jack was kind of teaching him. But then like by the X season fusion arc, it seemed like he forgot all of that again.
Yeah,
like,
that was literally, you just said what I was gonna say, so there's no point in me saying it. But yeah, I agree with you. There's just like, he had all that time, all that opportunity to develop his own entertainment dueling style. Even Jack, like you said, Jack mentioned it, and he just didn't do it. Just like, he stuck to the whole, I'm gonna be like my dad. Which, again, there's nothing wrong, but like, you, even in real life, like, you're like, fathers always want their kids to be better, right? To do better, to be themselves, right? They teach them, okay, this is how daddy does it, whatever, but eventually you're gonna also grow up, and you're also gonna need to learn how to handle things. And you could take my advice on how I handle things, but that's not gonna necessarily work for you all the time. You're gonna have to learn how to do things your way, and develop your own, I guess, ideals and style or whatever. And I feel like he failed at that. Like, he completely failed. The writers failed. The character himself failed at doing that. So I just feel like that potential was wasted, right? Yeah. He had the potential to be his own person, and it didn't work.
He definitely needed to learn how to become his own character and stop trying to copy his dad. And it just didn't work. He just didn't do it the right way. He never really fully learned his lesson, and he didn't really grow that much because of that. Like, he struggled, which was good. Like, it's good to see the main character struggle and be human, but like, he never like learned how to be his own, and he was trying to be someone else that he was trying to be someone that he wasn't, and he couldn't do it. So yeah, I would give Yuya like I'll say a 6 out of 10, honestly, because like, I felt like he just could have been his own, and he just didn't learn that lesson well enough. And the way the writers did it at the end, forcing everyone to smile with his dueling, it felt very unnatural. It didn't feel like he really earned that. And also, the whole way the story was written was very weird at the end. It didn't make sense. But aside from that, I just felt like he never achieved his goal, which was to become a great entertainer like his dad. In my opinion, I didn't see that he ever reached the heights of his dad. Heck, even Sawatari was a better entertainment duelist than him. And he was more natural at it. He was way more natural at it. Like, he wasn't, because the problem with Yuya was he tried to force people to smile. Like, he would rant and speech about it, and it's like, dude, shut up, make people, like, do your thing, and let people smile on their own. Like, you don't have to make a big thing about it. Like, Yuya's dad, the way he was effective is that, you know, he would teach people to like smile and entertain them, but like he wouldn't like rant on about it. He'd just be like, okay, I'm gonna give you guys a good show. Whether you like it or not, that's on you. But like I'm gonna give you guys a good show. And he did his thing. He wasn't like ranting all the time about, oh, you have to duel this way, you have to duel to entertain people, and you gotta make people happy, and like he wasn't ranting all the freaking time.
Yeah,
about it.
he wasn't trying to force it. Like he was trying to force it where Yusho wasn't. Like it was just like you like it, you don't, you don't.
Yeah, and then Sawatari was a great entertainer. He never tried to force anyone to smile. He was just a good entertainer. He just did his thing.
Mind you, the writers didn't even let him win that much. I don't even.
He didn't win at all. He never won.
Yeah,
actually.
but I always enjoyed Sawatari's duels, regardless of whether he won or lost.
Exactly, because he was entertaining. He knew how to captivate an audience. He knew how to put on a good show, and he never shoved it in anyone's face. He just did his thing. He was a better entertainer than Yuya.
Yeah.
Like, as a duelist, maybe Yuya is better, but as an entertainer, Sawatari's much better.
Even freaking what's his name? Dennis was a better entertainer.
Dennis, far better entertainer, and he was
far
a villain.
better entertainer. He was exactly. He was a villain. Like you look at the freaking whatchamacallit. You think about like in Arc V at least. You think about like the characters, right?
Yeah.
And not many people even like, you know, chant or anything like besides the ladies and gentlemen, right? But like, you know, like even when I can even go as far as like when we duel, right? Like, and I will use like an Arc V deck, like I use Sawatari. Oh my god, I'm having so much fun. Summon Superst, I get into so much character with him. Or Dennis, I haven't used the deck, but I will use Dennis. The show must go on. Like you don't hear me say none of that crap with Yuya because it just feels so forced. Like it just feels so forced. Like Yuya just forced a lot of stuff. And it's nothing compared to what I feel like even his dad was trying to teach him, like, listen, this is how I duel, but that's not how you should duel. You should bring your own thing, right? And I think he failed at that lesson. So now I do have a ranking, and I know you said you gave him a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, maybe a 6 or a 5.
I'm giving him a 5. I'm not giving him a 6.
That's fine.
Just because I feel like, I'm not giving 5 to 6. No, like flat out 5. I feel like he was in between. Like you had this, because I'm gonna give him a 5 only because like there was moments that he struggled and stuff, which was good. But the reason why I'm also giving him a 5 is because I didn't feel like he was original. Just felt like a carbon copy of. He was trying to be a carbon copy of his dad, and it just wasn't working for him. And rather than like try to change it up and be like, you know what, it doesn't work, I'm gonna make my own thing happen, he kept going. Kept trying to force it, and that's what I feel like. It was just forced.
Yeah, and
Yuya was the epitome of like, this is what happens when you continue to do something that doesn't work and fails. Literally.
Yeah. My final comment I'm gonna make, and then we're gonna do the scoring.
Yeah.
For Yuya, the final comment I'll make is, it shows a lot about a character. It shows, how should I say it? You can tell how good the character is at how he succeeded his goal by the characters around him. Like for example, the fact that Yusho, Sawatari, and Dennis were already far better performers than Yuya, even by the end of the series, kind of shows you that Yuya was lacking at his goal. Like he didn't succeed. If the other characters, side characters around you, are succeeding you in your goal, then clearly you're not doing something right here. You know, like that says a lot. Like if the other characters stand out more than you do, that says a lot about you. You know, so like, yeah, I felt like as an entertainer, he never was fully on solid ground. He had a lot of really great moments as an entertainer. There was a lot of amazing duels he had, but like overall, he didn't have a good landing, in my opinion, as an entertainer. Like the other ones were more natural. I think someone made a comment here. Ninja H said, didn't Silvio and Dennis have more experience? Dennis did, Silvio didn't. So Sawatari did not have more experience. If you remember, when Yuya and Sawatari first dueled, back when he had like not Mars, when he had that darts deck, like he wasn't an entertainer at that point. Actually, Sawatari became an entertainer because Yuya put on such a captivating performance that he slowly started to become an entertainer. So he actually came out. Yuya's been an entertainer for a while now. Sawatari became an entertainer because of Yuya. So the only true success story, in my opinion, that Yuya had in terms of changing someone's heart into an entertainer was with Sawatari. And then Sawatari far surpassed him. Like
yeah, by a lot.
By a lot.
You can even tell, like Yuya, like it's like Ninja H said, Yuya copied his dad so much he even copied his deck. Like that's how much it goes. Like Sawatari was influenced by Yuya's dueling, but it didn't go as far as like, yeah, I'm gonna copy your deck now too. Like, no, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, it was too much of a copycat. He needed to do his own thing. But anyway, what score would you give Yuya out of 10? And then we'll write it down. So
all right,
go in
ahead,
the chat. What score out of 10?
Wait, we already have a few that already posted
it
as well.
Just
so.
rewrite it in the chat. Rewrite your score in the chat.
Yeah. I see.
Skylar says 5 out of 10. Okay.
All right. I see a 4 from Yuma Tsukumo.
4. Okay. No, that's from the train dude. Or is that
No. If you scroll up, Skylar Wong above him, it says 4.
Okay, so we got 2 4s and 1 5.
Yeah.
Got
a 5, a 4, yeah, 4 or 5 out of 10 it seems.
Hold on, let's wait a little bit more.
Yeah, let's wait a little.
Let's get a couple more votes in, at least 3 or 4 more votes. Yuya the rival, Silvio the protag, and Yuya the
Yuya the rival. That's funny.
That's funny.
Yuya the rival. Oh man, I just realized the next person. Oh man, I have so much to say about this guy that's coming up.
Oh gosh, here we go.
You have no idea. I'm about to destroy this next freaking protag's whole career.
Oh my gosh, this is insane. Alright, any final votes, guys?
Before anything too, like after you calculate the votes, go through the I think we should like take a little scroll through the chat to see if there's anything that we missed.
No, I already did that with the other characters.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
okay, cool. Okay.
All right, Ninja gives him a 6 out of 10 only because even though it was forced, it I kind of still like his duels. Yeah, that's fair. I did like his duels too. Don't get me wrong.
I did. Yeah.
I did like his duels. I definitely wasn't bored watching him, but yeah, he just needed to stick to his own a little bit better, control himself more. But I did like all his duels. I always enjoyed watching him.
Yeah.
I give him 3 out of 10 because
Gavin gave him a 3 out of 10.
Okay. All right.
So
that's
what's the score we got?
So for the most part, we got 2 4s, 1 5, 1 6, 1 3. So 3 won't be counted because that's, there was only one vote for 3. So I would say there was only 1 6 also. So I'll say between 4 and 5.
So right? 4.5.
No, between
4 and 5.
4 to 5. Yeah, anywhere between
4 to 5 out of 10. All right, so 4 to 5 out of 10 final score for Yuya Sakaki.
Yeah, so
or
4 to 5
Sakaki
out of 10.
Yuya.
You see Yuya final score. Yuya final score. We'll put 4 to 5 out of 10 for now.
All right,
so now we are going to talk about the final main character, which is Yusaku.
And somebody said something about if we were gonna mention like characters from Sevens and stuff, and I think we're just handling the ones the shows that are done already, right?
Yeah, we're not gonna do Sevens because Sevens isn't done yet, and Sevens is
only
also
kind of characters as well.
Yeah. So we're only gonna do the original 6 because their stories are complete, so we can actually judge them fairly.
Yeah. Oh boy. Are you ready for this?
Here we go. All right. Let's talk
Into the
about
brains.
Into the brains. Let's talk about Yusaku Fujiki. So
man.
I don't know who's gonna go first here. I mean, I could go on forever.
Yeah,
Why don't you go,
I'm
why
gonna
don't
go
you
first. I'm gonna go first, and I'm gonna just go straight to the point because I think that I did. By the way, I did end up finishing the season, so like eventually.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So like it took me a while, but I forced myself through it. Because I was just that disappointed.
That's already not a good sign.
It's already not a good sign. I already gravitated to so many other characters than the main character already.
Yeah, right.
So that's already bad. So, Yusaku Fujiki, aka Playmaker. Mm-hmm. Oh man, first season. I'm just gonna go by season now. Like first season, not by season, but the first season, I really related to Yusaku. He had a lot of the things that even I struggled with. And I could really relate, I could really understand, and I stood behind why he was doing what he was doing. I understood it, I got it. I was like, man, I get it, bro. I know how you feel. I could relate to you. Season 2 comes, nothing changed. I'm like, you know what? At this point, you need to change, bro. Season 3, I'm like, all right, you know what? Do I even bother at this point? Like, do I even care? This guy just doesn't change. He was just the most. Oh man, his duels were great. The way he won and everything was amazing, but I couldn't stand behind him at all. Like his character was just so boring. To me, this is my opinion.
Yeah.
It's just so boring. There was no, like I would rather watch Yusei, who's also boring, but at least there was something, right? I would rather watch this flawless character named Yusei than Yusaku. Yusaku was the complete opposite of Yusei. This is the character that just doesn't change for the better. Yusei was like, you could do nothing wrong. Yusaku was, is there anything right you could do? It really frustrated me. The fact that I had to force myself to watch Reigns, it just says a lot. Because like he just never changed. He never got over whatever happened to him. And I get it. There's such thing as trauma and all that stuff. I get it. And I think at some point in the series, like they mentioned that he was getting some help, like he was getting some therapy or something like that. Like I don't know, I don't remember where, but I know that somewhere in the series they mentioned it that he was, he went and he tried to get some help or whatever, but it just nothing changed. He stayed the same. Like he accomplished apparently his goal of getting revenge, right, against the Knights of Hanoi, right? He got his revenge, whatever. And then afterwards, like, why are you still mad, bro? Like, why are you still angry?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that he was mad after that. It was just more he was nothing. Like he didn't do like he had no personality after that, no goals, no anything. He wasn't even angry anymore. He just was nothing. That's the point. Like he was so stale.
Like he didn't show anything.
Nothing. Yeah.
Like there was no reason for him to just be like that as well. Like, dude. Like, you have people, like, for example, when Soul Burner came in, which was like, oh, Soul Burner, this should have been the main character. To me. Well, Soul Burner should have been the main character. Yeah, he had so much personality in the Reigns and even outside of Reigns, right? So, like, because, that there's in the Reigns and then outside, like, in the real world. And even in that, you saw that Soul Burner had just more character, right?
Yeah.
Like you could even see like the character development of every other person, and but of Yusaku just didn't see anything. He just stayed the same for like the remainder of the series. Again, I only stood behind him for the first season, and then afterwards it's just like I don't even want. Like I even took a break. I just didn't want to watch Reigns. Like I had to force myself to watch it because it was just like. I couldn't stand, but I couldn't connect to him at all. Like there was no connection. There was no like he was just so bland. Like, like it was just I would rant about it over and over. I'm just gonna give my score before I even continue because I know that we got other topics to cover and stuff. But like, I just don't want to go and just bury this character more than he has already buried himself. In terms of
Damn.
dueling, though, he was, he was really good. I'll give him that. The guy could duel, right? He's really good. But like again, just felt like a carbon copy of Yusei, like Yusei 2.0. Just more methodical, more strategic. He just thought, things through a lot. Like he thought about moves way ahead, like it was a chess game, right? Like this guy was thinking, he was setting up moves from like turn one type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So dueling wise, great, But then at the same time, it's like most of his duels. I think in season one, I think almost all his duels ended in an OTK, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like just one shot. Like that's kind of boring. Like if all your duels are just gonna end like that, then I don't even. I feel like Reigns was like, and I'm not taking anything away from I guess what the writers I guess might have been trying to do, but I feel like Reigns was directed to like the competitive, like I guess community, like competitive side of the Yu-Gi-Oh community, right? Because I have a lot of friends who are competitive players, and I ask each and every one of them, "Do you guys watch the like the series?" Right? And some of them say no, whatever. But I mentioned Yusaku or Vrains, and everyone knows about it. I was like, "Yeah, all that show was amazing. Yusaku's godlike, whatever, this and that." Like because the series was, I guess, directed to them. Like you get to see these 15-minute turns go on. You know. So I don't know. I'm giving him, and I don't want to be biased. So I'm gonna take my emotions and everything aside. I still want to like not be biased. I want to be unbiased about it. So I'm going to give him a 2.5 to 3.
Okay,
That's my
fair.
final.
That's fair.
That's my
All right.
final like thingy. And I can't even take into account the first season. Like, yeah, the first season was great. Like, I got his reason for vengeance and everything. He got the vengeance. Nothing
Yeah.
changed. So I'm giving him a 2 to 3.5. To 2 to 3. I mean, 2 to 3. That's my final rating for him.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Oh,
All up
gosh.
to you.
Oh man. Here we go. All right. So first of all, we'll talk about Yusaku. I'll talk about what's his main goal. His main goal was to get revenge for him being kidnapped and being trapped for years, forced to duel with no food, being electrocuted and all that. So, like he wanted revenge against the Knights of Hanoi. So that was his goal. That was his season 1 goal. He accomplished that by the end of it. He showed a lot of anger and frustration towards what happened, towards not having a life and this and that. So I was able to connect to him as well in season 1. I was like, oh man, that sucks. He lost years of his life because he was literally kidnapped and trapped and electrocuted and not fed until he won duels, which is why he's so OP. So like I'm able to connect to him like, damn man, like his life sucks and he lost everything. The one thing that triggered me was that he kept saying he lost everything, but he never said what he lost, like who his family was, friends, or anything like that. We never saw his backstory on who he was. So for me, as the show went on, I became less attached to him because it's one thing to say you lost everything, but another thing to show it. And like we never saw any flashbacks of him or his family or him or his friends or whoever he was living with. They never even mentioned if he was an orphan or not before that. Like they don't bring anything up. So like it was very strange. His whole backstory is shrouded in mystery because we don't know anything about him. Like he's just this random kid that was kidnapped, but we don't know who he was separated from, like who his loved ones were. So like when he says like, oh, like I lost everything, like I felt that pain, but then like as the show went on it was less believable because I'm like, well, what did you lose? You don't talk about them. Like you don't go searching for your family, you don't go thinking about your family, like you're not struggling with any of that. Like it seems like
what did he really lose? You didn't
that's
even
what I'm
know
saying. Like
it's a family.
it seemed like that's the problem that annoyed me because it seemed like he was like crying about losing his family, but like after he was done with the Knights of Hanoi and he seeked his revenge, like he never went looking for them, or he never went looking for any of the people from his past that he lost, or he never brought up if they're dead or not, if they went out looking for him. Like there was zero backstory on him. Like they just gave us the concept that he was taken, he was tortured and forced to become an OP duelist, so they could create these AIs. and that was it. But then after that, they did nothing with him. Like, the writers didn't develop him as a character. He had no goals after season 1. He didn't do anything. He was in the story saving the day just because he's the main character, but not because he had any personal goal. He was doing it for I guess, and Soul Burner, but like for himself, he had no reason to even be in the story because he had no goals, no ambition, no nothing. He was just there to be there because he's the main character, and that's what frustrated me the most because I wanted to see more. I wanted to see Yusaku overcome his trauma. I wanted to see him learn how to trust people more. I wanted to see him searching for his family. I wanted to see him have a goal. Like, one of the goals I wanted him to have was, okay, I was trapped by this lost incident. Like, after season 1, his goal should have been like, okay, I want to go out into the world and find the other kids that were kidnapped and try to help them through this and try to, help them overcome or, save them from whatever. But like, he didn't even have that goal. So that's why, to me, like, I was disconnected from Yusaku because I felt like he wasn't a good person, in my opinion. Like, he had no intentions to actually like help someone. Like, he helped someone if you were there and you needed help, but like he had no goal to help people at all, and he's the main character. So like, I felt disconnected. I'm like, yo, like, this is the hero of the story, but like, he doesn't really have anyone he's trying to save. He got his revenge, but now what does he do? Like, he doesn't want to find his family. He doesn't want to build a new life. He doesn't want to fix his life. He doesn't want to try to find the other kids and help them out. Like, he doesn't want to do anything in his story, and that's what frustrated me. Like, they had a good concept and idea for him that was very traumatic, but then they didn't do anything for the rest of the series with it. So for me, he's a dull and boring character. Like, yeah, like, after that, he wasn't angry anymore, but he also didn't have any other emotions. Like, he smiled once at the end of season 1, but after that, like, there was nothing. Like, even in the Ignis arc and the arc with I when he turned evil, like, he didn't show any emotion when people died or anything. He didn't seem like he cared about anybody except for Kusanagi and kind of Soul Burner a little bit. He could care less about Aoi or Go. Like, he barely, like, as a main character, it's hard for me to attach to him because he's supposed to be the good guy we're rooting for, but when he shows little to no emotions to anything that's around him, I'm disconnected. I can't connect to someone who has no emotion. Like, I can't do it. Like, I need something. He's the main character. I need something to attach me. I need to be behind him. I need to feel like he's a good guy and he's trying to do what's best. Even if he struggles at it, even if he struggles at connecting with people, even if he struggles at trying to rebuild his life, the struggle is fine. I want him to struggle to do it because I get it. Like, he was tortured and he's bitter inside and this and that. That makes sense. Like, he's not going to get over that in 5 minutes. I don't expect him to. But after season 1, they didn't show him trying to like grow or develop out of any of that. He didn't grow at all. And that's why I'm mostly upset because they stopped his character after season 1, and then from then on, they did nothing to develop his character, to make him into a more well-rounded human being, to help him get over his trauma. Another fault is like they never made him lose, like, it would have been great to see Yusaku lose because since he was trained to always win, if he loses or he gets close to losing, it would have been nice to see him like start to panic and freak out because it's like, oh man, I'm about to lose. Like, normally that's associated in his head. He has PTSD, so naturally, if he's close to losing, you would think he would have some sort of post-traumatic like memories where like he remembers being electrocuted and not being able to eat, and then he starts to freak out and lose control. Like, that would have made logical sense for someone with PTSD. Like, he would have started flipping out anytime his life points hit below 1,000, like, but like, no, he never struggled at all while doing. He always had everything set up. When he did struggle, like, he basically just always relied on his skill to get him out of it, to draw something from the cybers or whatever, and he always got what he needed and all that stuff. So like, that's the part that annoyed me. He had a good idea as a character. The concept was good, but they did zero things with it. And then I did not feel attached to him because he had no goal. He didn't want to help anybody. He had no interest in trying to help himself either. Like, he was very distant and cold. He didn't react to people when they died, except for Kusanagi. That was the biggest reaction we ever saw from him. But then after that, he was just kind of weird. Like, I don't know. Just everything about him was just all over the place. He didn't react. So in my opinion, I would give him a freaking 4. He's the least developed character out of any of them, the least interesting character out of any of them, and yeah, the Data Storm. Yeah, you're right. That's what it was called. But yeah, he's the least interesting. Season 1 was good, but you can't judge him based just on Season 1, and you can't judge him.
You have to judge him out of a whole.
Out of the whole series, and you can't just say, oh, just because, oh yeah, well, I really connected to him because, you know, like, he went through something really traumatic, so that automatically excuses him from growing up. Like, no, like, what do you mean? It's a more compelling story if you see someone who went through such trauma and see him overcome that over the series. Even if it's a slow progression, if you see him overcome that through the series, you feel more connected to that character. Like,
I would have paid Legendary. I would have paid to even watch him struggle to make an attempt to change.
Yes,
even if he failed.
Exactly. Even if he failed, that's fine. But like, I would have paid money to see them like try to really develop him as a character. Yes, you're right. When he lost Eye, that was the most emotion he ever showed. That was well done. I was fine with that.
That was.
But
well
I'm not
done,
talking about just this one-off moment. I'm talking about as a whole, the whole series. Like, it's just as a whole. Like, the story just. His story is just very underwhelming, very uninteresting. I was bored watching the show because I had to see Yusaku duel, and I couldn't connect to him because he was just so boring. He had no emotions, no reactions. He was just there. It was very stale to watch because he was not an interesting character to watch. There was no growth for him, so there was nothing for me to watch him overcome. Nothing. It was just him being stoic. He's cool, he's edgy, and that's it. He has a cool backstory, but that's it. We don't even go deep into his backstory. We just know that he was kidnapped. We saw a little bit of it, and that's it. That's all we know.
That's don't even know what was taken away from him. That's another thing. He said he lost everything. What is everything? Family, friends? Like, did you lose a house?
What did you lose that meant so much to you?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're just assuming that it was family, but what really was it that you lost that meant so much?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just means he lost, like, his childhood. You could say that, but, like, he didn't state that either. Like, he never stated anything. So, but yeah, that's my issue with Yusaku. That's why I feel like he's one of the weakest main characters in all the Yu-Gi-Oh series, because he just fails to, like, really have any sort of growth, development, goal, purpose, just anything. He's a fantastic duelist, but that's about it.
We say weakest as in development.
Yes, weak as in
development. We are talking about development. Yeah, so like
as a duelist, that's a different thing. But like, so that's my thoughts on Yusaku. He's the weakest main character. So I'm gonna just put down in the chat like what your score is for Yusaku. Like, I wanted to like him so bad through the show, but I just couldn't because they didn't do anything with him. They didn't write him.
You have no idea. I mean, you were there. We were there. Like, we watched it together at certain times. Like, you saw how much I wanted to see of this guy, and I didn't.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, I gave up on him. I was like, I'm done with you, dude. I can't watch this. I literally only watched Brains because I was like, I have a channel with Legendary. I gotta get through this. That's the only reason. But if it wasn't up to that, like, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't watch this show. That's how bad it was. Like, I couldn't do it. I would watch the show for every other character, not for him, though.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's how it be. All right. So we got one vote. Skylar says 7 out of 10. That's really high, but God. I could tell he's biased. I could tell. Yeah. But
that's a bias.
Right. Yuma says 2. All right, that's fine. I could see
There's
him being
actually
anywhere...
more than 2. Yuma did say 2, yeah.
Yeah. So Yuma says 2. I could see him being anywhere between a 2 and a 4, but definitely not like anything like higher.
If you go a little higher up in the conversation, you could see 3.2. Well, I'll take 3.5. From Yuma Tsukumo. Ninja H also said 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got 3, we got 3.5, we got a 2, we got a 4, we got a 3, We got a 2 from Sabir Lions. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, bro.
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
All right. Okay. So we got all 2. So far it's between 2 and 4. I'm not gonna count the 7 because it's only one.
Yeah,
7.
yeah.
You could tell he's kind of biased. Like we just explained a bunch of logical reasons as to why he's not a strongly written character, and he's definitely not a 7 out of 10 because that would mean he's comparable to like Jaden and
even Yusei
Astral.
at that point.
Yeah, Yusei, Astral. Like he's not comparable to them. It's not possible. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think that's good. If anyone else has any votes, you can put them down. It seems like we're going anywhere between 2 to 4. We got 2 votes for 2, 1 vote for 4, 2 votes for 3. Okay. So we're pretty even between 2, 3, and 4.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna stay in that same
2.
rank. I think we're gonna probably stay in that rank. So what, 2 to 4?
Yeah,
Or
2 to 4.
2 to 4 out of 10.
2 to 4. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna write that down for the final score, and then we're gonna put a definitive score, 1 score for each of them, and rank them properly. Now that we discussed everything.
Yep.
So let's see. We got Yusaku final score. We got 2 to 4 out of 10. Okay, there we go. Alright, so now that we talked about all the characters individually, what we thought about their development, their stories, and all that stuff, now we can officially talk about, now we can officially rank them. So I'm going to go through everything that I wrote down, and then we're going to pick 1 score only, collectively, and I'm going to do polls as well. So we're going to pick 1. So alright, so for little Yugi, we have anywhere between a 3 to a 5. So, actually, let's start from the highest to lowest. So, who do you think...
Yeah.
Alright, let's start from the highest to lowest. So, the highest ones we have is, would be Yuma, Yusei,
Judai.
and Judai. Yuma, Yusei, and Judai. Those were the highest. So, let me see. Okay, so let's see.
I think Judai was ranked a little higher than Yusei, which is I believe it to be fine too. So
Order
I think
the
it's Yuma,
following
Judai, Yusei.
from highest to lowest. Highest to lowest. We got Judai. We got Judai. We got an option. We got Yusei. We got Yuma. Those were the highest ones. So I'm gonna do the poll. Alright, I'm gonna wait like 2 minutes. So unpinned message. Okay, here we go. So order the following. Oh, sorry, whatever. Ignore that, I misspelled. Order the following from highest to lowest. So yeah. So we got 1 vote for Jaden. Okay.
I'm voting Yusei. I'm voting Yuma. I'm voting Yuma.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote. Can I vote too? I don't think I can vote because I'm doing the poll. Well, my vote will be for Yuma.
Yeah. All right.
All right. We'll give it 2 minutes. Do your votes. A minute or 2.
All right. It's back to 50-50 between Judai and Yuma.
Nice.
Yuma Tsukumo. No, you vote to rank them from highest to lowest. So these were the 3 highest. Mm-hmm. You would vote for who you wish to be the highest, right? In standard order. So like your top 3, who's first place, second place, third place in terms of like
exactly from those 3. From those 3.
Well,
because those were the ones that got the highest votes overall.
The voting is just to put them in their, I guess, proper place. First place, second place, third place in terms of character, development and all that stuff that we spoke about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Judai and Yuma, I wouldn't care either one. I think they will both. Obviously, regardless of, I don't think Yusei is gonna be like, first. I'm sorry. I love Yusei, but no.
Huh.
Those characters, Judai and Yuma, like Yusei, I could see third place. I don't see him second or first. That's just my opinion, though. All right, so we'll give a couple of more minutes, see if anybody changes their mind on a vote.
Think about all the points we made, all the points you think about. But and try not to be biased, guys. Think about it from a story perspective. You know, because if you're going by biasy, then you're not going to get an accurate score at all. Like, take your feelings out of it and look at their story. Like, and that's it. Just their story, how they developed, how they changed the story, and all that stuff.
Their influence with other characters in the cast.
Yep. Like, everything.
Yeah, everything that we pretty much spoke about. You know, these are the top 3. Which ones do you think? We'll give it maybe how many more minutes before
we'll give it. Let's see, it's been up for 2 minutes. We'll leave it up for another minute or so. We got 9 votes. Okay.
So far, we have Judai at 44%.
Okay.
Yuma at 33%, and Yusei at 22%.
Okay, fair.
That's fair.
It's fair so far. Whew. And obviously, for anyone who's watching the stream after the stream is over, obviously, this is a vote based on how many people are in the chat. So obviously, this won't be like a final definition of like who's the best written protagonist, because like there's only like 9 or 10 people here. That's not a wide enough range of people's opinions. So this isn't the final score, but at least within everybody who's in our chat right now, this is where we would rank it based on our discussion and everything we had. And let us know in the comment section below too, who do you think was the best written protagonist as well? Who do you think was the best written, and why? And try to keep your personal feelings out of it.
Make sure that it's opinion driven, but try to not be biased.
Yeah, try to not be biased. Like for us, like we weren't going off on Yusaku because we just hate him as a character. No, it's because we saw that they could have done so much more with him and they didn't. And we explained in detail why it is that we think he's the weakest character. Like we gave really good reasons as to why. Like it wasn't just we just don't like him and that's it. No, it was because there's some real serious issues with how his story was written overall. It is what it is.
Yeah. So, anyways,
Okay.
All right. I think we could finalize it here, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna end the poll, and it seems like Jaden was top, then Yuma, then Yusei.
Yep.
So I'm gonna put Judai, Yuma. Okay, and then Yusei. I don't need this one. Okay, so we got this, and this. So for Jaden, what would be the final score for him? Since he's the highest, would he have a 9? Would he have a 10? What would be the highest score for Jaden?
Jaden, I feel like he would have a 9 or a 9.5 even, just to be higher, because I feel like Yuma, if Judai's being first, right? He obviously has to have a higher score than Yuma. So I would say, a 9.5. I wouldn't say 10 because I just don't think that any character was just perfect. Like, but 9.5 is like really close. Like you're almost there, and as perfect as Yusei, was presented to be, I don't think he matches, which is fine. I don't mind that. So, yeah, I think Judai would be a 9.5, Yuma would be a 9, and Yusei would be a 8.5. That's just my opinion. Yeah.
Final score for Judai would be 9. Yeah, guys, tell me what the final score for Jaden would be. Because right now he's number 1, but like where's number 1? Like 9, 9.5, 8, 8.5. He would have to be in the 9 range because he's on the top. So he has to be either 9 or 9.5
or 10 if people want to put him at 10. I don't mind.
If you want to put him at 10, you can put him at 10 too. I don't think he's a perfect character, but I think he's really high up.
He's pretty up high in there. I say 9.5. I would say 9.5. Because he's pretty close.
Yeah.
Because then he would have to be higher than Yuma, since Yuma came in second.
Alright. Judai, final score.
I think you could score it from here, bro, if anything, because, you know.
Let me do 9.5.
The people voted, 9.5 for Judai.
Okay. Alright, fine, fair enough. We'll do 9.5 for Judai. Okay, 9.5. Alright. So Jaden gets a 9.5 as one of the most well-developed main characters.
Yep.
Alright, so the train says 9. Yuma Tsukumo says 9.5, okay. Alright, 10 implies perfection and no character is perfect, so 9 will do. Okay, that's fair. It's good, good assessment.
Yep.
So we got 2 9s and 1 9.5.
So do we go for 9 then, since there's more 9s?
Let's wait a little bit more. Let's see if other people say something. Because the chat is, takes a little while to come in. So.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 9s, 1 10. Well, sorry, 2 9s, 1 9.5.
So far, it's looking like a 9 so far because there's more 9s than 9.5s.
Yeah, so far. Anyone else?
And mind you, this is whatever score Judai gets. Obviously, Yuma would have to obviously be lower.
Yes.
Even by a half point because he came in second.
Agreed. Yeah.
So not then y'all should have just voted Yuma as first place.
True. That makes sense. Okay. All right. So all right. We'll stick with a 9 because it looks like everyone's saying most.
Yeah.
Well, we got 2 9s and 1 9.5. So we'll say 9. We'll say 9.
Yeah, 9 is fine. 9.
All right.
Oh, we got another 9.5.
Okay, never mind. It's tied. We need somebody to break that tie. RB says 9.5. We need someone to break the tie. Is it going to be 9 or 9.5?
I mean, if anything, you could break the tie. He's Judai. He's your character.
That's a good point. It's a thing. They're both my characters. Let me see.
Nine. Stanford broke the tie. Oh wait, no, but he already said 9. It's a tie.
Yeah, true. He did already say 9. So I'm trying to think. I think I'll.
I don't think you would be biased by giving him either or, bro. To be honest.
No, I know. Either way, it's fine. I know. I'm just trying to think of which one would make the most sense. In my opinion, I feel like. Okay, all right. I'll give him a 9.5. So we got 9.5 for me.
Yeah, because I even said 9.5 for Judai. He's really close. He's really up there.
All right, so that's it. So we got 9.5 for Jaden.
Out of
so
10,
now
that's for Judai.
Yes, that's for Judai. So now we are going to do final score for Yuma. So he has to be either a 9, 8, or 8.5, somewhere in between those ranges, because he was second place.
Yep.
So somewhere in that range. What would you guys vote for Yuma? What's your score, Robbie?
My score would obviously be a 9. He's close there too.
Same. I'll go for 9 for Yuma. I can't put him lower than 9. He's too good.
Nah. Never that. I can't either.
Okay, 9. Okay, never mind. That was me. All right. Victory. All right, so you guys got to decide right now. 9.
All right, guys.
Or
Yuma,
8.5 or 9.
We got an 8.5 or 9 for Yuma. 9 for Yuma. Yuma Tsukumo says 9.
So we got 3 9s because our votes
yeah,
counted
yeah,
too.
our votes count. Yeah.
So far 9 is winning. So we need a couple more votes.
Ooh.
Okay. Let's see anything else. I'm gonna wait a little bit more because the chat's a little slow.
Nope. I guess we're gonna put the final scores all together at the end.
Yes, at the end I'll write down the list
after
in
we
the
go
chat.
after all of the characters.
Yes.
All right. So we got another 9 by Train
Okay.
Dude.
Okay, so far
So that's 4 9s.
Straight 9 so far. Another 9. Okay.
Another
Wait,
9. I think
yeah.
9.
Yep.
I think 9 would be it.
Yeah,
I don't
seems
think
like
there's
9
5
is-
9s. I don't think there's gonna be any more 9. Anything less than 9
Okay.
at this point.
All right. That's fine. We're fair. So Jaden gets a 9.5. He's in first place. Yuma gets second place for 9. And yeah. All right. So now we're gonna do Yusei.
right.
So it's gonna be between 8 and 8.5.
Or 8.5. I would say 8 actually.
You would okay. So
I
Robbie
would-
votes 8.
Yeah, I'm giving him an 8.
Yeah.
I don't think he was so close to Yuma that he should deserve an 8.5. I think he was a great character, great development, but too perfect. I feel like he was too mature.
Yeah, I would.
So
I
I'm
would.
giving him
Agree.
an
I would give him an 8 too. I think he's
I don't
great.
think he was that close to Yuma, in terms of like character development and stuff. So I would say
Fair.
8 for Yuma.
Fair.
Yeah, Ninja H, we're already on Yusei, but we took into account, so it's Yuma's 9 now.
Yes. Yeah, I'll
So
stick with
we
8. So
got-
me and Robbie vote 8. So let me see.
For Yusei Fudo. Yusei Fudo gets an 8 from us.
All right, we both vote for 8.
Yep.
So usually in the chat there's like a 60 second like delay, so that's why it usually takes long.
yeah.
So like we gotta
That's
wait like a
fine.
minute before they start coming in.
Yeah, I'm recognizing it from now, yeah, so that's why I'm
Yeah.
waiting. Yeah, so we got 2 8s so far.
Yes, our votes are in.
Yep. Let me go get a little snack while we're doing that.
Jaden and Yuma are similar in a lot of ways, especially in season 1. It makes sense that they would have similar ratings. Yeah. Alright, so Yuma votes for 7 for Yusei. Okay. Okay, Stanford also says 7 for Yusei. So we got 2 8s and 2 7s. Alright, 2 7s and 2 8s. Alright, we need some more votes in here so we can even this out. I feel like 7 might be a little bit too low just because Yusei, maybe he didn't develop as much per se, but like he accomplished all of his goals and he was a great character. He changed the world. He, like, in my opinion, but I agree, yeah, like he's too perfect, so it makes sense why you would want to put him lower. So I could understand that argument.
Yeah, I can see that too. I can see that too. I can see that too. I don't think he's that low, but I do think like he's around like maybe 7.5, 8. I don't think he's an 8.5 though.
Yeah, so we got 3 7s and 2 8s so far. So we're gonna wait until we get like 2 more votes, and then we'll do the final tally. All right, Ninja.
Oh, we got another 8 from Ninja H. So that is 3 8s
and 3 7s.
Yep.
Okay. All right. No 7.5, just 8 or 7.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. We need one more vote, guys, to break the tie.
1 more vote to break this tie. 1 more vote for Yusei Fudo, 7 or an 8.
Just a reminder, Judai got a 9.5, Yuma got a 9, Yusei, we're debating on whether he's an 8 or a 7.
All 5 of these characters are great. Yeah, they are all great. Give them that. All right, we need 1 more vote for a 7 or an 8 so we could break the tie.
Hold on, let me see, hold on. We have we got 7 from Yuma Tsukumo. We have a 7 from Matthews, and we have a 7 from Tranjude. And we have 3 8s, 1 from you and me, and Ninja H.
We're tied.
Yep, so they're tied. We need 1 more vote, guys. Whoever's on.
Yeah, just 1 more.
If not, I guess I mean, if anything, I'll let you pick. If there's no breaking of a tie, I'll let you pick it out of the 2.
Okay.
All right, so you get to choose it.
Okay, so I'll do this. Since we're even between 7 and 8, I'll do a 7.5 right in the middle.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I feel like he's close enough to both.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we'll do 7.5 for you, say. 7.5. I think that's fair. Okay, 7.5 since it's right in the middle. Okay, let me see something here. All right, cool. So that's the vote for Yusei. So now we're gonna do the next 3 on the list. So let's see. The next highest scores were. So we did Judah, we did Yusei, and we did Yuma. So now we got Astral, Atem, Yugi, and Yusaku. So this one was 2 to 4. So okay. 7.5 to 8. Okay, so next we're gonna do Atem and Astral. Atem and Astral. So for Atem it was a 4.5 to a 6.5 originally, and for Astral it was 7.5 to 8. So yeah, okay, never mind. So then Astral would be next. Yeah, Astral would be next because he was higher than anything Atem got.
Yep.
So Astral is between a 7.5 or an 8. We already discussed that Yusei is a 7.5. So that means Astral would have to be a 7 at the highest.
Yep.
Yeah. So Astral will be 7. Astral will be 7 because unless you guys feel it should be a 6. So pick between a 7, anywhere between a 6 to a 7 for Astral. So let me see.
6, 6.5, or 7.
Astral final score. Seven, 6.5, add option, or 6. Ask your community. All right, I put up the poll, so we'll do the final score for Astral. All right, so vote for Astral, guys. Do you think he deserves a 7, 6.5, or a 6? I feel like 6 would be too low because that would mean like he's kind of like a failing grade, and I don't.
I would say 7. I would say 7.
Okay, yeah, I would say 7 too. So my vote will be a 7. So Robbie, will be 7, and legendary will be a 7. So we got 3 7s so far. Okay, 3 votes. Everyone voted for 7. Okay, Astral being 7 is fine. Okay, so another vote for 7. Cool. So far, I love the votes. Yes, the votes have been good. The votes have been pretty good so far.
Yeah, pretty good and consistent. I can't complain.
Good.
This is full
Alright.
charged.
7. 7. 4 7s. Alright. Yeah, nobody. We got 4 votes so far, including us 2. So that's 5 votes so far, including our 2 votes. Okay. So it seems like everybody's saying 7. So there's no point of even continuing. Like, it's a solid 7.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's it.
Solid 7.
Astral is officially a 7 out of 10. Alright, that's good. So then we're going to do Atem next, because he's the next highest score. So Atem was a score between 4.5 and a 6.5. So I'm going to do a score that's kind of a pretty wide range. 4.5 to a 6.5. Yeah, that's a pretty wide range here. I don't think I think he should at least be anywhere between a 5 or a 6, right?
Yeah, 5.5 or 6. 5.5 or 6. That's
5,
fine.
5.5
That's
6.
fair.
Right, so let's do Atem.
Let's do that poll for Atem.
Atem.
I don't think he's that low.
Score 5. 5.5 at option, and then a 6. Alright, so those are the options right there. So you guys can vote for you guys can vote. Alright, we got 1-6 from Stanford. Okay, cool.
I'm giving him a 6 as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I can stand behind a 6.
Yeah, I'm fine with the 6 too. He's not so horrible either. Like, I don't feel like he's that bad.
I mean, it was Atem's show. It showed a bunch of stuff about him that,
Yeah,
so
we learned a lot about him, and he, I feel 6 is pretty solid for Atem. So we got 3 6s so far.
In the poll we have a tie between 5 and 5.5 at 25%, and then we have a
50% voted for 6 so far.
So that's already higher. You could Yuma Tsukumo, you could vote it on the whatchamacallit. You could put your decision on the poll if you want.
Yeah. Or you could rewrite your vote on the chat too.
Yeah, or you could rewrite your vote as well.
Alright. Okay. 4 votes, still the same right now. We'll wait another minute or 2, and then we'll do the final tally.
Yep.
So far, 6 is in the lead.
Alright. 6.0 in the lead right now.
6. Legendary. Also 6. Okay. Still the same, the score. Okay.
Yuma Tsukumo said 5.5.
Okay. 5.5.
It's still 25%, so I'm assuming he already voted on the poll.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So let's give it one more minute, I guess.
We'll give it another quick minute, and then tally it up.
This is pretty good. This is we should definitely do this more often.
Oh yeah, this was great. This went really well.
Yeah, I think it will go even better once it's like more organized more and stuff. We have more things to like talk about too. So this is pretty.
Well, this
good,
has been
guys.
a long talk. This has been going on for like 2 hours or more.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't want to have too many topics, because with a hot topic like this one, like I knew it was going to take a long time.
Yeah,
because these topics are always like heated and like very like you got to be very detailed.
Exactly. Yuma says the duel versus Raphael is why I voted it. That's a good point. Yep. There was a lot of character development in that duel too. They got to show. All right, it's 3 minutes. Tally it up, bro.
Okay, cool. All right, so it seems like the winner is 6, so we're gonna go with a 6 for Atem. So Atem is a 6 out of 10. So now we're gonna go to the next one. So we got Atem out of the way, we got Astral out of the way. So we got Yugi, Yuya, and Yusaku. So the next one would be between.
Well, we
Yuya
could just
and
do
Yugi.
we could just do the top 3 in that one in terms of lowest. To get that to be, I guess,
top,
a little
the top lowest.
The top lowest. That's funny.
Okay, so between Yugi, Yuya, and Yusaku, order them. So let me see. So let me do the poll real quick. Order them from highest to lowest score, which would be between a 2 to the highest score for Yugi was and Yuya was a 5, so between 2 and 5. Between 2 and 5 we got Yugi, Yuya at option, Yusaku. Okay. There we go. And go. Alright, the poll is up, guys. Order from highest to lowest. Put your votes down. Between the score is going to be between 2 and 5. Between 2 and 5. Because the lowest score was a 2 and the highest score was a 5 between those 3. So you have to pick which one each falls under, and then we'll order it from there.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate here. I'm gonna go with and it's funny because you would think that the person who had more screen time would be obviously higher, but I'm gonna go ahead and say Yugi trumps both Yuya and Yusaku.
Interesting. Okay. So Robbie votes for Yugi to have and what would your score be?
For Yugi, and you said it has to be between 2 and 5.
Yeah.
I would give it, my score would be a 4.5.
Okay, he would say 4.5. Okay, so Yugi 4.5.
I'll
for
write
Robbie.
it down. Yeah, I'll write it down here. 4.5 for me. Let's see.
Okay, so Stanford says he votes for Yugi, then Yuya, then Yusaku in that order. Okay.
Yep.
Alright. Cool. So far, 100%.
Wrote it down already. Alright.
Yeah, okay.
Alright.
Let me see. So for me, what would I score this?
Who would you pick first? Like, in terms of, because I don't know, you might have a different opinion, right? You might,
You're right. I might.
Yuya might be up there above Yugi, and that's fine, So
I'm trying to think, man. Oh, this is a tough one for me.
Yeah, Stanford Matthews, I agree. Yugi and Yuya both suffered the same fate. They both got overshadowed. I do believe, but I feel like Yuya had a lot more duels. being that he was a main character and stuff, that he had more screen time than Yugi. Yugi wasn't really even in the like he wasn't really present as much per se, or didn't really have much of an impact. Like he had his moments, but I don't think he had much of an impact or chance to have an impact like Yuya did. It's hard though, right? Legendary, it's hard between these three. I mean, I don't think it's
I don't have to
them
think
three.
about Yusaku.
Yeah.
It's really between
I don't think we
Yugi
have
and
to think
Yuya.
about Yusaku. Yeah, I don't think it's between Yusaku. I think Yusaku's third place. Oh man, it sounds like we're batching him so bad, but it's not the case. It's just they just wrote him very poorly.
Okay, so it seems like Yugi seems to be the top vote for the highest score. So guys, what is your score from 2 to 5 for Yugi? What is your score from 2 to 5?
So far, we have a 4.5. We have a 4.5 for Yugi.
So Yugi's going to be the next one on the list. So now you just have to pick between like which ranking between 2 to 5. But let's be real, he's not going to be a 2. But
no. I mean, if that's the case, then Yusaku has to be 0.
Word. Oh god.
Yuma Tsukumo said no Yuya votes. Yeah, man. Nobody voted for Yuya.
Sucks, but and I really love Yuya. Don't get me wrong, I really do.
Yeah, I really like
just
him. But...
talking about development wise, you gotta say what it is. You know, like.
Yeah, I feel like he had as much of a chance to like have his own like development, but they just it was just not there.
Right. I mean, they tried. You can say they at least did try.
Tried. Yeah, they tried.
I mean, Yugi didn't develop much. He developed at the very end very well.
Yeah.
But at the very end, Yuya was developing the whole time, but like he was back and forth so much that it just, and then by the end, it just didn't feel right. Like
yeah,
I would say Yugi by the end of the show, even though he didn't have as much screen time, he had a better ending. While Yuya's ending was like he had more throughout, but the ending he didn't end as strong.
Yeah, I mean, also you have to take into the factor that even the moments that Yugi did have, right, they were consistent, right? Even though obviously they were trying to depict Yugi as this like character who like, you know, was shy or whatever, obviously they failed at that. But for the most part, they were consistent in giving Yugi exactly what, you know, they were trying to go for, which is, you know, he's a character who's trying to grow as a duelist and as, you know, confidence and all that. And I think they grabbed to that. They grabbed that. They got that, you know. It went as planned. It wasn't like back and forth, you know. It wasn't like.
What do you mean thumbs down?
Like, oh, I don't.
Thumbs down?
Like they're like, oh, I don't know, which one, you know, to go with. Like, oh, I want to be like my father, but then it's like, oh, I'm an angry, you know, murderer. You know. It was consistent. That's what I feel like it was with with Yugi. So that's why he trumps him.
So Stanford says either a 5 or a 4.5. Yuma Tsukumo says 5. You say 4.5.
So how many 4.5s we have?
Well, two 4.5s and two 5s. So because Stanford said 5 or 4.5, it could go either way.
I mean, yeah. So
if
we can't come to a yeah, go ahead. You can vote it in.
I'm willing to go for I think I'm willing to go for a 5 because I felt like his ending, though late, was very strong and was a very impressive like show. You know what?
I agree. I agree. I can see a 5. I can see either a 4.5 or a 5. I can see either or.
Okay. Alright, you know what? Fine. Yeah, I'll vote for a 5 for Yugi. So let's do the final score. For Yugi, we'll do a 5. We'll do a 5.
Alright.
Okay, so Yugi, final score.
Can I get one extra?
You have 4.
And how many you have?
4.
All right then.
Big one. Take the big one.
We'll stick with a 5. We'll put the King of Games at 5.
All right, the King of Games is at 5.
So next is obviously Yuya and then Yusaku. Let's be real. No one's going to play Yusaku above Yuya. Except the one person. So for Yuya, the score is between 4 and 5. So 4 would make the most sense, right? Because if they wouldn't give him a 5 here. So So for Yuya, between 4 and 4.5, I guess. So let me put that in the poll. Oh, let me end this poll first. 5 is my favorite.
I'm willing to go with Yuya as a 4. Yeah, as a 4. I'm going to go with 4 with Yuya.
Yuya, final score.
That's my vote.
So, 4 or 4.5. All right. Pick between 4 and 4.5, guys. The poll is up. Yuya, 4 or 4.5. Yuma votes a 4.
I'm voting 4.
Okay, let's see what we got here so far. We got 2 votes for 4, okay? Well, let's get a couple more votes in, and then I'll break it.
We have 75% for 4, 25% for 4.5.
Four votes, 75% say 4, and 25% say 4.5, okay. We'll wait another minute, and then we'll close it off. I'll put my vote in. Oh, okay, hold on. 60% say 4, 40% say, okay, it's getting closer. Okay, we'll wait another minute, and then I'll put my vote too.
Yep.
Alright, another 30 seconds. Alright, cool. 5 votes, okay. Okay. Alright, I think we could end it right now. So far, the highest vote is a 4. And I haven't voted yet. If I vote for a 4.5, then it would be tied. So I'll just vote a 4, just so that way it's not tied. Yeah. Oh, now it's 50-50, so now I have to break it. Okay. I will vote... I think I'll vote for a 4.5. Because I don't think he was such a horrible character to put him as a 4. He could have been better.
I agree.
He could have been better, obviously, but I don't think he deserves to be a 4. I think 4.5 is fair enough for you.
Yeah.
I don't think he was that horrible. He tried his best. He did what he could. He didn't succeed, but, like, you know, we don't all succeed. But I think 4.5 is fine. I'll do 4.5. I'll end the poll at 4. I wish I could put my vote in, but I can't because I made the poll. But I'm going to end it at 4.5. So, legendary 4.5. Let's give you just some slack. I don't think he was that trash.
Yeah. Not compared to the last guy we're about to talk about. Nah, damn.
So the final score for Yuya is 5.5. Let me write that down.
Final score for Yuya is 5.5 or 4.5?
Sorry, 4.5, yeah. Final score Yuya 4.5. That's fine. We are good here. We are good. So now Yusaku. He's obviously the lowest. He's obviously not going to be a 4 because if Yuya's a 4, then he has to be much lower. So it's got to be a 2 or 3.
Yuya's a 4.5.
Yeah, so we're going to do Yusaku vote 2 to a 3.
Yeah. I'm making my vote now. He's a 2.5. Final answer.
2, 2.5, or a 3. All right. I put up the poll, guys. For Yusaku, right. Either a 2, a 2.5, or a 3.
I think you should, legendary. I think you should save your vote for last. So
okay.
That way, in case you have to break the tie.
That's fine. Yeah. I will wait until the end.
I am voting 2.5. I don't think I gotta at least give him the last episode in the first season. At least. At least.
Yeah.
I'll give him 2.5 just because of that.
All right. 2 votes. 1 for 2 and 1 for 2 for 2.5. Okay, cool. Let's keep it moving. This is it. This is the final vote, guys. So let's do this. Either way, he's last place, but like we're still trying to get a number.
Yeah, we gotta be fair to him. I think we could give it about 2 to 3 minutes to give people to decide.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Yeah, 2 to 3 minutes to give people enough time to like look and for everything
cool
to
that.
process. Yeah.
Yep. No new votes yet. Still waiting.
Yep. We'll give it 1 more minute.
Mm-hmm. All right. Break the tie, bro.
All right, cool. Okay, so I'm gonna end it. So my vote will be. So thinking about it, Yuya got a 4.5 because I felt like, even though I feel like he didn't do the best job at achieving his goal, he tried his very best, and that's commendable for any human.
And the character development was at least decent, early on.
Yes, he had decent development, and he tried his best, and even though the writers kind of forced it at the end, I could tell as the character was really trying his best. And you got to give him props for at least trying his best. He wasn't the best at what he was doing.
Something Yusaku didn't do.
Yeah, exactly. So between 2 or 2. I'm not going to give Yusaku a 3 because it's not. So for me, it's a 2 or 2.5. So I think I'm going to go for a 2. The reason why is because Yusaku, like I said, past season 1 didn't do anything. He didn't develop. He didn't reach for any goals. Nothing. So by the end with the duel with he showed more emotion. That was beautiful. But that can't overshadow the rest of the series. We got 2 whole seasons. Really, that was just the final episode. But we have two plus seasons where he didn't do much of anything. Had no goals, no aspiration. He wasn't trying to really do anything technically. He was there because he had to be. So as a character, he literally had no purpose or goal. So I'm sorry, I can't give that a 3. So I'm gonna stick with a 2. I feel like past season 1, he just became kind of like a goal, a main character, a main protagonist without a goal, without a purpose, without any growth or development. He deserves to be at 2, honestly. So I'm gonna give him a 2.
Yeah, that's fair.
He deserves.
I try to be. I was being generous, giving him a 2.5.
I was gonna be generous too, but then I'm like, there was more than 2 seasons where he literally didn't do anything.
He didn't show anything. There was no character.
He dueled,
a
bunch, but he didn't actually do anything for his character or even for the characters around him in the story. Nothing. At least Yuya was trying to change the world, trying to do something. He didn't succeed perfectly. But he tried.
You in Arch V, you can see the story of how you just trying. The writers are putting it. Development is showing.
Yeah, if anything, Yuya's story is about him trying his very best. Him trying. He failed, but he tried his best. You can't say that at all for Yusaku.
No, Yusaku, there was no emotion. There was nothing.
There's no emotion. He doesn't care about any people. He's not trying to protect anyone, save anyone. He's not
Yuya,
trying to change,
I'm gonna be honest.
Yuya
showed emotions. Yuya showed a whole bunch of emotions, way more than Yusaku.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
When when they killed the best character in the world, Yuto, right? There was emotion right there.
Yep, Yusaku final score 2. Okay, so now I'm gonna do the list of first, second, third, fourth place and all that stuff. So we got in first place. First place we got Judai. With
the hero of the story.
Judai 9.5. Second place Yuma. We got a 9.0, so we got a 9. Okay, we got third place. Third place, we got Yusei at 7.5. No, hold on, 7.5. Okay, we got fourth place. Fourth place, we got Astral at a 7. And then we got fifth place. We have. No, wait. I missed somebody. Astral. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Atem is fifth place. Atem is fifth place for a 6. And then for sixth place, We
Yugi.
have 6th place. We have Yugi at a 5. At a 5. Then 7th place, we have a Yuya. Fix that. Yuya at a 4.5. Okay. And then 8th place, final and 8th place, we have Yusaku at 2.0. The lowest possible score. He's not garbage, but he might as well be at that point.
And you
So
would
that's
think
it.
Yusei would be garbage, being that he lives in satellite and stuff.
First place, we got Judai Yuki at 9.5. Second place, we have Yuma Tsukumo at 9.0. Third place, we have Yusei Fudo at 7.5. Fourth place, we have 7.0 for Astral. Fifth place, we have Atem at 6.0. Sixth place, we got Yugi at 5.0. Seventh place, we got Yuya at 4.5. And eighth place, we have Yusaku at 2.0. So that is the ranking based on, all the people that we have on the
that's
chat.
hilarious.
Obviously, this isn't a rating of like everyone in the world or even 100 people. Nothing like that. There's only maybe 10 people on the chat. So keep that in mind for anyone that watches this live stream afterwards. This is not a final ranking overall of everyone. This isn't. But just out of us here in the chat, in my chat, this is what we all decided based on discussing all their characters one by one, their development, their stories, and this is what we feel collectively is the right list in terms of well-developed protagonists. In another stream, we will do who's the best or who's the strongest protagonist in terms of dueling skills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We'll do that on another stream because that's going to take a whole nother 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
That's going to be a long one.
That's gonna be a long one. It's
But
funny
yeah, so-
too, because Yusaku says 2.0, exactly what he is to Yusei.
Yeah, it landed right there. Yeah. But yeah, so that's it. That's pretty much who is the best well-developed character. It is Jaden so far. It's between Jaden and Yuma. They're very close. Third place was
development,
Yusei at
they had too much.
7.5. So yeah, Jaden and Yuma are very neck and neck. We ended up going with Judai for 9.5, but they're both pretty darn close. This actually makes sense because this is probably more or less how I would order my list of favorite characters, because this is how this is more or less how it would be. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, let us know in the comment section below, guys, what you guys thought of this video, of this first podcast where we talk about, where we talked about today, what is the most developed main protagonist and why. Put down in the comment section below who do you think is the best developed main protagonist and tell me why. Try to put your personal bias aside. Listen to all of our points throughout the video for each character before making your vote, because you got to listen to all of our points because we have very valid points as to why we feel that way. You can disagree, that's perfectly fine. If you don't agree, that's okay, but I'm sure there'll be some people that don't agree about Yusaku, but I feel like we explained our points very clearly as to why, as a main character, he didn't develop much at all throughout the series. I understand you love the concept of his story, like his background story, but you need more than that to be a good character. You need a lot more than that. You need more development. You need to grow. You need to change the characters around you to an extent, or be changed by the characters around you. But he didn't do either of those, so it is what it is. But let us know what your list is from 1 to 8, and what your rankings would be for each character in the comment section below. Yeah, and I'll read all your comments. Robbie will read them too. We'll respond. And we'll go back and forth. But yeah, Stanford, thank you for coming, man. Yuma, thank you for coming. Daniel, everyone else who showed up, thank you all for coming and joining this. Robbie, thank you for coming, bro. I appreciate
no problem,
it,
man. Anytime.
It was much better with you here.
Yeah, I gotta start joining these things more often. So,
Yeah, definitely.
so whenever you got anything going on, just hit me up beforehand, and I'll see if I can make time.
Definitely. We'll have many different topics in the future. Like lots of verses, discussions, and stuff like that. Those will be.
It's a lot better discussing it with 2 people and the group chat, in the chat, than just you by yourself. So, I said, I'm down for whenever you put up these discussion videos. I'm down for it. just hit me up and I'll definitely make time for it.
100%, bro. This was fun.
All right, man.
RB said the first
Yeah,
podcast was
RB,
very cool
thank
and
you,
very
thank
good
you.
overall. Yo, thank you,
Good-
RB.
good
Appreciate
feedback,
it, man.
that
I'm
helps.
glad this came out well, man. I'm glad everybody enjoyed. No problem, Legendary. Nice stream, Legendary and Robin. Thank you guys.
Good
Thank
looks,
you.
good
Hope
looks,
you all
guys.
enjoyed. Hope you all enjoyed.
Alrighty then. So,
All
shall
right.
we end it the usual way?
Yeah, we will end it the usual way, man. All right, guys.
Alrighty
First
then.
of all, before we do our close off, I want to say God bless you guys. We love you a lot. We're looking forward to more streams and more content in the future. So, be patient with us, and we'll give you more cool content.
Yes.
Yuma Tsukumo says, "Do whose superpower was the best?" Yes. So don't worry. When we
Yes.
do the next discussion,
we have,
we'll talk.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about who's the best in story duelist, and then who's the best duelist in real life. So we'll separate it because there's a difference
we'll
between
separate,
you being
yeah.
OP in the anime, which is scripted and with powers and everything, and there's a difference between having the strongest deck in real life and which one's better. So we'll have that discussion
exactly.
the next time. Yeah. But we'll do that. Nice stream. Thank you, Ninja. Appreciate it. Anyway, I love you guys. God bless you guys. Thank you guys for watching.
Take care,
I really
guys.
Appreciate it. All right, Robin.
All
do
right.
it.
Lighting duel acceleration.
Gotcha.